I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Sustainable Saturday. Welcome to our show. As you know, our show has been very sustainable. I don't know any show that's lasted 10 years daily, 5, 6, now 9 hours a day we broadcast. And I can tell you, I would never have been able to do this if I were in this for the money. When we first started out, it was accusations of you're trying to profit from donations. We've never done that. I've never made a penny doing this. And I do it because I am principled. I believe this country needs an alternative voice in the middle of the political spectrum so that we can unite. And I argue that the system is trying to divide us, trying to separate us into categories like cattle going into the stalls, waiting for the slaughter. We think we have choice by voting left versus right or right versus left, but we don't. They're manipulating us. They're trying to make enemies of the American people so that we look at our Republican brothers and our Democratic brothers and sisters and we say, oh, they're bad. They're bad. Why? Because they believe in an infant right to live? The Republicans support Trump. That makes them bad? Not really. I mean, Trump's ideas mostly are my ideas. He stole them. And I've been censored for 10 years now in the mainstream media and continue to be censored. Yet now we find out Ocasio-Cortez is getting a $10 million contract with Netflix, a woman nobody even heard of last year. So we are under a tremendous amount of pressure in America to not have a political movement. They want to stop a third party from forming. They desperately want to keep this effort down. And they paid people all over the internet to stop us. There are people making money left and right, attacking us, threatening my life every night with phone calls. They make money doing that. It's unbelievable. We know that one network has made $60 million censoring me, and now they only let people in who were a bunch of trolls back at another show. And we're dealing with that fact. And they continue to make money because the rich people don't understand how I can do this without any stoppage, without any slowing down, without any giving up. They don't understand that American people are so principled in what we're doing that I do this for free for the rest of my life if I have to, simply because it has to be done. And somebody's got to stand up for the American people and fight for what's right. Now, I believe in a centrist vision for America where we can unite in the middle of the political spectrum. What does that mean? It means that I'm not going to push gun control on any of you. That's an agenda of the New World Order. That's a goal to disarm our nation and take over our country. We don't want that. And it makes sense. If you're going to be able to see criminals get weapons, why would you not be able to get a weapon if you wanted one? And don't we need a last line of defense against anybody attacking our country? I mean, why wouldn't we want to have weapons in our homes as long as they're safely in a position where they can't be used by children? Now we've got a situation where Mueller is trying to put together his assessment on Donald Trump. And remember, Mueller has been saying for weeks now that he's going to come up with this thing and it's going to be delivered. Now he's saying it's not going to be delivered on time. He's delaying the delivery of his statement. It's all over the place. More and more information is coming forth. They found a mountain of evidence from Roger Stone, mostly because Roger Stone did his effort to acquire information. He wasn't trying to cheat anybody. But they're blaming Roger Stone and making a scapegoat out of him when he's just a guy who likes to, get in the news. Now, if you could bring it in, I can't take calls right now, but this is my intro. I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, again, trolls and attackers on a nightly basis, not knowing when to stop because they get paid to do this. This guy who just called me, believe it or not, was a person who was put in play to attack our show back when Howard Stern said he was going to build a third party. Remember that? Remember when Howard Stern was going to run a third party with Donald Trump? This guy appeared. He hasn't left. He still calls up. I know where you're getting paid and who's paying you too. And I have a lot of more information about you than you would even imagine. But the fact is, you're not going to stop me. Nobody can stop me. This effort is driven by common thought, common sense. People in the middle of the political spectrum all over the place going, why don't we just get a guy who represents us, the American people? Now, I'm not going to push extra taxes on the American people like the Democrats want to do. I'm not going to force you to pay extra luxury taxes for sugar water. I'm not going to even take plastic off the market. I'm going to make sure that plastic producers have cornstarch in their plastic blends so that it's biodegradable. Makes sense, right? Doesn't take a lot of brains to realize we have an industry of plastic producers. We don't want to destroy the industry. But people like Ocasio want to get rid of cars. They want to get rid of your car in your front yard. The infrastructure of our nation is your car in the front yard, believe it or not. And why would we ever want to do that? Now, if you think for a second that they're going to get their way, the Democrats, forget it. They're never going to get their way because the American people won't stand for that. They won't have their car taken away. They won't allow forced RFID chipping of our bodies. They won't allow forced vaccination. The American people have a way of speaking which you can't really hear. They just don't comply. Look at healthcare. Look at how Obama pushed Obamacare on us, and now we're facing $350 billion more in healthcare costs as a nation. And many of you are now paying $10,000 deductibles on your healthcare insurance. It's like you're not going to be able to do that. So many of us are going without healthcare. Seriously. That's not a good, sustainable answer, but that's really how the American people are responding to Obamacare. They didn't get any more than 25 million people to sign up to Obamacare, and that was mostly people on Medicaid and Medicare. It was a total waste, and now, what do the Democrats keep pitching? Now they want to offer Medicare for all, which estimates are as high as $40 trillion to do that. Why would we do that when we need Medicaid, which we already have for all? Medicaid for all is exactly what we got, so what's the problem? Well, we've got better ideas that are much more sustainable for people who have healthcare problems. And our ideas can withstand the test of time because even Donald Trump stole my idea and acted like it was his. And he didn't even develop anything. The idea of using mobile medical units to deliver medical care to people in every area of the country is an idea I put up. We didn't create mobile medical units. They were created for us and they're still out there, like this one in Minnesota. But we can create a mobile medical unit rapid response system. This unit could cost $5 million for the government to invest. I can build 200 of these things and spider them around the country, rotating in various areas of the cities to get to people who need preventative health care. And the best idea about this is we won't take your record, we won't add it to your records. You'll come in as a person, John Doe, for all I care. As long as you pay a $30 deductible or a copay, $30 copay, I should say, your copay will pay for your service. If you don't have $30, you do have to present your name and possibly a fingerprint, and we'll give you free health care, but it'll come out of Medicaid funds. Right now, a doctor's visit is going to cost you $150. This visit will cost you $30, and our nation will save money. And we will be able to provide medical marijuana out of the back of every one of these things for people who are suffering from serious medical problems or they need relief of some sort. We'll also have a Pillomatic in the back of these units that will provide generic medicine for you that right now you can't even afford. So the concept is very simple. These units will help pay for themselves over time. The total cost for 200 units is $1 billion. To operate for the first year will be $1 billion. We should be able to get that money back from Medicaid funds. Right now, our country is spending $350 billion extra for health care. That $1 billion is a drop in the bucket to get people basic preventative health care and triage. So these are ideas that you won't find with the Democrats. You would have found them with Donald, but he didn't understand the whole idea of a mobile medical unit or how important it was to lowering the cost of health care. Or maybe the people that backed him and control him in the deep state don't want to lose money off of you and your family and all your investments. They want to suck you dry. They want to take you to the cleaners and bankrupt your family over your grandpa who's in a hospital room with pneumonia charging $5,000 a day for his health care. That's what they want to do. I know because I've been there. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the most corrupt people in healthcare that you would ever believe. I was sitting right next to a director of oncology at a major teaching hospital in Seattle, while I listened to that woman make a joke about dying people with a hospital administrator. And they were both laughing about making a joke about dying people. And she turned to me and she saw me there, and she was so embarrassed that she actually called us back on the phone and tried to give my father good health care because she knew that I caught her laughing at dying people. She called up from her vacation in Hawaii to say, "How's your dad doing?" Totally phony, totally fake, beyond all belief, knowing full well that I saw her laughing at dying people like my father. So these are people that are all over the healthcare pro-criminal industry. And frankly, it's not sustainable to have them working for our country anymore. They can continue in their private sector jobs, but we can't give them matching funds. Right after I had that encounter, that hospital, which I'm not going to name, was charged with a $60 million scam to take Medicare funds. Right after that, and they found that out from a whistleblower. A whistleblower called up, and he ended up making $6 million on this whistleblowing. He never worked again at the hospital billing department, but he said that hospital was double billing for doctors, and they were. And they were caught right after that for $60 million in overcharges. They were charging, for every person that went in there, they charged a full hour of the director's time and a full hour of the doctor's time. And that was totally illegal. So that director that was laughing, and I even know her name, and I'll be looking her up later on, believe me, that lady was making money every time anybody went into their hospital on the government's tab. So if you want to talk healthcare nightmares, I've got them in spades. I can bring them out. I don't need to talk more about it than that, though. To know that they are ripping people off, and Donald Trump and the Democrats are not going to stop the incredible rise in healthcare. I will. I will lower the cost of healthcare so that everybody could get seen by a doctor without having to worry about it going into your insurance file. You should be able to go to a doctor as anonymous just to get a basic diagnosis. If they do any kind of care, that interferes with the diagnosis, then we have to know your name. So if we have to set a broken limb, we might have to set your arm in a cast. If we do that, that could be done anonymously. We could give you a brace. That could be done anonymously. As long as we don't invade your body, we could do it anonymously. If we inject you with something, we have to know your name, and it has to go into your system. If we were giving you basic medication that doesn't have any contradictions with your personal life or it doesn't affect you, as long as you tell us what you're allergic to, we'll be fine. But we can't give you medications like opioids, because that would be catering to a health addiction. We wouldn't want you to be, so you wouldn't find any opioids at these vehicles. You'd get medical marijuana, though. All right, moving on. We've got some things in the news that just don't add up. Venezuela's Maduro cuts ties with the Colombia amid border conflict, but for a good reason. Maduro does not want any aid brought in because he knows full well that aid is usually associated with bringing in weapons and explosives. So he said no to aid. I don't blame him. I'd like to get Maduro the kind of aid that I wanted to give him. Many years ago, I talked about giving people food aid. And this is something we could ramp out and get people food aid by air delivery. No, he's not denying the starving natives aid. He's claiming that this is a ploy to bring in weapons and explosives. And he's right. I could not drop weapons and explosives this way. I could convince Maduro that we could drop right at the border these types of packages to his people. And it would be safe and he wouldn't have any chance of any explosives going into his people. This is something I could sell him on. But bringing in crates of undisclosed items that could have explosives in them or guns, I agree with him. He definitely doesn't have to have that. It is a UN ploy. It's always been a UN ploy. It's called an economic hit against a country. And Venezuela is in the crosshairs of an economic hit by our country and many others. Russia is manipulating Venezuela as well. Now, we want to talk about another person that's in the news right now. Not to get, overly concerned about a rapper who is now at the center of a controversy. But R. Kelly has been arrested. He's in jail on a $1 million bond issue for sexual abuse.
Robert Kelly was indicted before a Cook County grand jury on 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims.
R. Kelly, what do you want to say to your fans?
Kelly's indictment comes after the new Lifetime docuseries Surviving R. Kelly. It follows allegations of sexually abusing minors aimed at Kelly.
I was a little girl in a bad man's world. I never really recovered from it.
For more than 20 years, allegations of sexual misconduct have been mounting against R. Kelly. The R&B singer has repeatedly denied all accusations of wrongdoing. Let's take a look at how we got here. In February 2019, lawyer Michael Avenatti said he turned over a tape to authorities as part of the investigation into R. Kelly.
This tape leaves no question as to whether R. Kelly is guilty of multiple sexual illegal acts against a 14-year-old girl.
The video, which CNN viewed, appeared to show Kelly having sex with a girl who referred to her body parts as 14 years old. Public backlash against Kelly had already been growing for some time. The Me Too movement set its sights on the 3-time Grammy winner in 2018, uniting behind the hashtag #MuteRKelly. Apple Music and Spotify refused to promote his music. Protesters tried to cancel concerts, and fellow celebs cut ties.
All right, we've given this alleged sexual offender enough airtime. I don't think we need to go on any farther. So he's in jail, and a lot of people are concerned that, he's not associated. You know what they're using as his defense? Get this. He doesn't need to have forced sex on anyone. He can get it for free because he's a star. That's his defense. Can you imagine lining up in court and telling the judge that you could get anything you want anytime and there's no way anybody can mess with you because you can get it anytime because you're a star? I'm sorry, but if these kids who were 13 to 17 years old were being manipulated by R. Kelly, then we need to get to the bottom of that. But more importantly, we need to look into the actions of a man who many believe is even more guilty. And that would be Jeffrey Epstein. That's a serious allegation. Jeffrey Epstein has been getting a pass. And there's been new allegations that his pass came from our labor secretary. Yeah. Our labor secretary Acosta was a judge at one time and basically gave Jeffrey Epstein a 1-year sentence in a Cush jail for having human trafficked and sexually trafficked up to 60 alleged girls, 14 to 16 years old. Jeffrey Epstein's deal with the federal prosecutors wasn't normal, according to another judge. And the men who arranged it need to face the music. So if Labor Secretary Acosta doesn't come down and admit that he did the wrong thing or just give up his job as Secretary of Labor, we've got a problem. Now, Alan Dershowitz was among the many names labeled by the butler of Jeffrey Epstein in a blacklist book. A black book that the butler found in his possession had on it Donald Trump as the first name, as well as Alan Dershowitz and a few others. Even Courtney Love was on there, a direct dial, all of his phone numbers, Trump's phone numbers. So the black book of Epstein's is considered what many people would be enough to prosecute him, but it wasn't. So apparently there's allegations now that just go on and on that this pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, got away with unbelievable crimes. Now, he is friends with Donald Trump. One of the women in question, a young girl who claimed she was molested by various famous people at the age of 15, was at Mar-a-Lago when she was solicited by Jeffrey Epstein. Here is a picture of the black book with Trump's name on it, with all the phone numbers, and Alan Dershowitz on there, and Courtney Love on there, and Ehud Barak of Israel on there. I'm sorry, but this is a pretty legitimate piece of evidence, and that would have been enough for any judge to given Epstein the maximum charges, not 1 year in jail. Now, you can get a year in jail right now for having a file of underage pictures on your computer. For every file you have of underage pictures, you get another year. This guy trafficked in 14 to 16-year-old girls as prostitutes. Up to 60 complained that they were used in a prostitution ring. Now, what Acosta did, Labor Secretary Acosta did when he was judge, he didn't tell the parents that he was cutting a plea agreement with Jeffrey Epstein. He never told any of the people that were claiming that their children were molested by this guy. He never told them that he was cutting a plea agreement with the perpetrator. That is a gross violation of judicial conduct, and in no way should he be our labor secretary. In fact, he should be charged with a crime. So we've got a lot of problems that Donald Trump seems to be covering up. All of his crony friends like Jeffrey Epstein, who some people claim he does this with minor age kids because they like to get videotapes of politicians having relations with minor age kids so that they can use it against him. And there's allegations that Jeffrey Epstein might actually be working for the Mossad. Tell me that's not weird. Yeah, there's some stories that just keep getting deeper and deeper and more disturbing as you go in. But this is the guy that gave Jeffrey Epstein the pass, and now he's our labor secretary. And this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, is pretty much got a slap on the wrist, and everyone's concerned about it. But he could be working for the Mossad as a tool to get dirt and pedophile access and ultimately prosecute, or rather ultimately use that as leverage against politicians so that our politicians are owned. Now, if he does have a connection to the Mossad, we'll get to it. But I don't have any way of finding this out other than allegations. Now, as your president, we're going to be doing a tremendous amount with the Justice Department to minimize the net effect of all these horrible things that have happened to our country by getting oversight and discovery. We don't know anything. Everything's been suppressed for so long, even as far back as the JFK assassination. we've seen cover-up after cover-up. Now, the people who got him killed are still in power in America. And unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. Now, the reality is, Lee Harvey Oswald was not the shooter. He even said he was a patsy, and then Jack Ruby killed him, and he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. There's evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald was living with a gunshot wound to the stomach that anyone would have survived. Anyone in any hospital would have survived a gunshot wound to the stomach. But for some reason, Lee Harvey Oswald didn't make it. Isn't that interesting? And you know who's with Lee Harvey Oswald when he was dying? LBJ. He literally sat next to Lee Harvey Oswald, and somehow Lee Harvey Oswald died from a stomach wound. Now, anybody who gets shot in the stomach is going to live in today's day if they get treatment. Immediate treatment would normally get you, complete treatment. Normally, people, when they're shot in non-vital organs, they get treated and they get sewn up, they usually live. For some reason, Lee Harvey Oswald, they wanted him dead. Yeah. And now, there's no reason why Donald Trump is holding on to the George H.W. Bush file that he claimed he couldn't present because Bush was alive. Now Bush is dead. Why are you holding back on that file, Donald? What are you covering up? I mean, there's a lot of things that just don't add up here. Now, the case in which we rely on Mueller is like asking a house cleaner to do your plumbing. I mean, basically, Mueller's case is in park right now. Paul Manafort brazenly broke the law, he says, in his sentencing memo, but he hasn't gone into detail as to how he broke the law. And ironically, Mueller did not pursue a case against Manafort for the charges of money laundering. Remember that court case, the second court case that was going to go to trial, and then Mueller decided to pass a plea agreement forth, and then Manafort signed the plea agreement, and then it violated the plea agreement? Well, that would automatically go to trial. But for some reason, Mueller is not going to pursue Manafort on money laundering charges, even though Manafort was at the center of Russian money coming into our country to buy property at double the value that Donald Trump owned in Florida. So the entire case is being suppressed right now. Kind of a bizarre twist of events, and Mueller can't really say that he's got everything he wants to set up and present everything to William Barr, who was just sent in as Attorney General. Trump is stacking the Attorney General's office with a guy who will do whatever he tells him to do. And that means Trump is committing obstruction yet again, so that even if Mueller has any negative statements about Trump, about the Russian collusion, it will be suppressed by William Barr, who, by the way, is on record writing a 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him not to investigate Michael Flynn. Now, I don't know how you want to phrase that, but that looks like William Barr, our current Attorney General, was working for Russia because Michael Flynn was working for Russia. Why would he say don't investigate a guy working for Russia unless he's working for Russia? So William Barr is likely to be working for Russia right now, or at least, at the very least, the Zionists who control Russia. So this has become a very complicated story of diversion, cover-up, and in this case, Manafort's case, if the new sentencing memo for Paul Manafort is being issued, it's nothing, because he had a sentencing memo already in place. Plea agreement is violated, you automatically go to trial. What kind of a special prosecutor is Robert Mueller? Well, Robert Mueller, it turns out, is the same guy who signed off on the 9/11 attack, that verified that the 9/11 investigation was perfectly good. They did nothing wrong. Well, I'm sorry, but the 9/11 investigation didn't even account for the possibility of explosions in the buildings or a demolition. Never took into account the super thermite that they found at the location. Never factored in the possibility that a missile hit the Pentagon. They still said that a 767 somehow made a massive turn and went like that into the Pentagon. Nobody, not even a pilot today, can verify that that's possible. Not one pilot can say he could pull out that maneuver. So it's clearly obvious from more than enough footage that we have that the 9/11 attack was a complete, utter cover-up by the 9/11 Commission report. So Robert Mueller was involved in a cover-up there, and he's definitely involved in a cover-up now. So if you have any questions about the validity of Robert Mueller's statement when he finally comes out with it, all you have to do is look at this picture right here and say, do you see a missile? And I'll bring it to you in a second. Now, this is photographs from 15 frames that were picked up from one camera angle outside the Pentagon. Now, mind you, there were over 80 cameras that not one of them was allowed to be seen. We know for a fact that the 15 frames that they delivered shows the tip of a missile. Now, how could 18 Saudi Arabian terrorists who could barely even comprehend English manage to pull off a Tomahawk missile into the Pentagon? How is that possible? How could Robert Mueller have signed off on his part if this was the case? What kind of a person is Robert Mueller that he would call that a 767 jet? Well, I've got news for all of you. Every one of these investigations has been a cover-up, and I would expect nothing less than a cover-up by Robert Mueller in the case of Russian collusion. And you'd think, well, why would he do that if he was a true American? Because this is not about Russia. This is not about America. This is not about other countries invading our government. This is about a cabal of Zionists that control our government and Russia's government. And they put people in presidencies like Donald Trump is occupying. They would never allow somebody like me to get into the presidency because I am independent and I'm not viable. And that's why I've been censored for 10 years in my own country that claims to be free and democratic. You can only imagine how deep this conspiracy of sorts is going in our country and how we'll never get any accountability whatsoever from the two parties. It's a cover-up of a cover-up of a cover-up. Right. Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, has been arrested for being a John at prostitution house. They say a couple other high-profile people have been arrested, but they haven't exposed who they are yet. This guy is 77 years old. He doesn't have a wife. I mean, he went to a massage parlor, and the lady gave him a happy ending. I mean, what's the big deal here? Boy, is our country steeped in hypocrisy. And I don't consider Robert Kraft a criminal for being caught in a massage parlor, but the law does. Now, I would never go to a massage parlor. I wouldn't go get a prostitute, but, I mean, think about it. The guy's 77 years old. What's he here to live for? I mean, come on. So I'm actually in favor of decriminalization of prostitution. That's a third-party position. We're involved in some pretty important alternative views that the two parties don't have any plans for. And so if you want to vote for a third party, you can definitely see legal weed as one of the things we will stand for across the board. Recreational marijuana will be made legal. I will have brand new renewable technologies they'll be presenting that have never been seen before by our country or the world. I've got more too besides this. This vertical windmill idea combined with the telephone pole, that's my idea. We're going to implement these plans. We're going to make them affordable. We're going to build our country's production cycle, unlike the Democrats, Republicans, and they have failed to do that. And most of all, we're going to get a handle on this problem. Now, my idea of getting out of Syria, pulling our troops out, and pulling our troops down from Afghanistan has now been copied by Donald Trump, but Bolton is standing in the way. He actually acts like he's not going to do it. Bolton is pretending like he would never, ever allow for a pullout of troops in Syria. He even told Netanyahu that we would never pull out of Syria. So Trump is using my ideas to pull out of Syria, but he can't even implement that. You're wrong, buddy. I'm being censored heavily in my own country. I'm campaigning for the presidency as we speak. Right now I'm testing the waters. We haven't seen hardly any donations. We don't know why, but we know our limits in the American audience are being, the censorship is affecting that completely. We're seeing very few donations, but I'm still going to run as a write-in candidate in 2020. I'm going to apply very shortly, but I've been kind of wondering where you people were at. So issuing a sentencing memo for Paul Manafort is not going to cut it. That alone will not get things rolling. Paul Manafort needed that trial. He didn't get it. We never got accountability from Paul Manafort on the issue of where the money laundering went, where all the money went. Yeah, Trump made a lot of money on Paul Manafort. Where did that money go? How come we're not seeing the books of Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort? How come everything's being hidden? These are questions. I'm nothing like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a complete shill who gets paid by a group called, I guess it's Sacred Cow Productions. Sacred Cow Productions is affiliated with Alex Jones. They have, in fact, proof of the matter is Alex Jones says bad things about Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan says bad things about Alex Jones. They're controlled opposition. They're working together. I am going to run for president. I've been running in every cycle since 2008. Yeah, I'm not giving up. But you don't understand what we're doing, so what are you even asking for? Mueller is not conducting a counterintelligence investigation. He's doing nothing. Mueller is a shill. Unless Mueller has conclusive evidence that Donald Trump worked for Russia and colluded with Russia, then Mueller is of no value at all. And the Democrats, the person leading that charade is Adam Schiff, who many people believe will be exposed for other issues himself. And let's not forget, Adam Schiff got money from George Soros, his relative, to get elected. So we don't have anybody, not even the Democratic Party, pursuing this. Now, this is a key component down here of building our own national infrastructure bank. Ending the Federal Reserve is definitely on my radar. They have proven to be ineffective and unable to stimulate the economy. In fact, my contention at this point is that the Federal Reserve is a barrier to growth in our nation. They never earmarked their quantitative easing for American companies to hire American jobs. They never earmarked any of their plans to give loans to people for American investments. People literally got, through TARP 1 and TARP 2 and quantitative easing 1, 2, 3, they got money that they could invest in Dubai and China. Our American companies even bought their own stocks with that money to make it look like they were doing well. Those safeguards should have been put in place so that the Federal Reserve didn't waste their money. They wasted a tremendous amount of our money that they're borrowing against to give big money to big rich people. Look at the bailout to General Motors. You know, we lost nearly $20 billion on that bailout, and Obama acted like it was a big success. And now General Motors is owned by GM Shanghai for the most part. It's unbelievable the atrocities that have been committed by the Federal Reserve. So if you don't ask, what are we doing with this group that even Alan Greenspan said that he had made philosophical decisions that were terrible when he lowered the prime to 0. Alan Greenspan was a descendant of the monetaristic school of Keynesian economics called, well, it was actually created by Milton Friedman, that school of monetarism. Alan Greenspan blew it when he lowered the prime to 0 because that was the only way they could have stimulated the economy. They lowered it way too fast, and it was a destructive move that has never rebounded. So the Federal Reserve is essentially of no value now. So the sooner we build an infrastructure bank with our assets and our equity as a nation, the sooner we'll begin to get out of the debt that we have been acquiring since the Federal Reserve took over operations in 1933. March 9th, 1933, America went bankrupt. The United States of America is still bankrupt since March 9th of 1933. They opened up another legal entity called the United States Corporation, which has taken over since then and borrowed a tremendous amount of money, $22 trillion to operate. They run at a $1 trillion deficit, meaning they're overspending $1 trillion a year. Our country's never been under control financially. We are completely run by crooked scumbags that are sucking the lifeblood out of your tax dollars. And frankly, you're not even paying for the operation of the country. Your tax dollars are going to pay the interest on the loan that the World Bank is giving us. We aren't even making any progress toward the principal, people. Our country is going deeper and deeper into debt to the World Bank, who incidentally has $40 trillion of our money held as collateral for the loans they're making to us. We need to end that BS and get our money back from the World Bank one way or another, and I have plans to do that. And a lot of plans that many people would never even expect are in the wings if and when I become president. I cannot imagine the kind of suffering that many of you are experiencing right now with your taxes, because a lot of people who pay a lot of taxes and who make money are getting gouged right now. Trump gave a huge tax break to the rich, $5.5 trillion between the first one of 1.7 and the second one of 3.8 trillion. $5.5 trillion tax breaks to the rich, but you people are paying more now. A couple of PhDs in neurophysics and neuroscience actually went online and said they worked out all the numbers, and they swore that they went to the IRS station and that everything, the IRS site told them how much they needed to pull. They did all the right things, and that at the end of the year they got an $8,000 tax bill from the IRS. And they're pissed because they spent that money. 2 PhDs went public with their concerns that the IRS system misled them and now is sucking money out of every average American. So if you thought you had a tax refund when Trump was elected, good for you. But I told you over a 5 or 7 year period that your taxes are going to be much higher, and I was right. So as tax refunds shrink, Republicans scramble to defend the Trump tax cut. Size apparently does matter, at least when it comes to tax refunds, and that's put Republicans on the defensive as Americans start filing their tax returns. You voted for Trump, he screwed you. He lied to you. He completely lied to you about the taxes. And you know, now our country is going to be $5.5 trillion short of revenue over the next 5 to 10 years. And we're going into debt, an extra $1 trillion overspent per year by Trump. So he's going to cost us, Trump is going to cost us in just 4 years, up to $10 trillion. Tell me that's not a liquidator. Trump has made money liquidating companies. He's never made money earning it the old-fashioned way. So he's literally made tons of money as a liquidator. That's what's happened. So Bernie in Ohio, disability under Obama. Yeah, Obama has been the worst president for debt, but now Trump is worse. Trump's debt load has increased dramatically. We have a lot of stuff that we pulled up over the years on Trump and his spending, and he's increased spending over Obama. It's not something that you can just ignore. You know, when Trump was accused of colluding with Russia, he didn't take any precaution to have any of his interviews with Putin recorded. How does one become president without visiting communities and town halls and rallies? I could do it from my house. We have interconnectivity right now. Have you made a donation to our effort? No. Why would I ever spend money that I barely even have because of lack of donations to go travel to your community to meet with you? And do you have any idea how many people have threatened my life?
Yeah, so people are basically saying they only want millionaires to run.
Yeah, people are saying they only want millionaires to run, and
they don't want an average American.
They don't want an average American to run. They don't want accountability from the president, who didn't even take a note when he met with Putin last month. Universal health care is not what we need. We already have universal health care. We have Medicaid for all right now. We have Medicaid for all, and we absolutely have a very good system. We need to control the cost of increase in health care. We don't need to in any way keep ramping up the money they give us. Hi, I can help you. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Yes. Yeah, what's your question? Unbelievable. We're getting threats from people again. Okay. All right. So we know that our president is working with the mobsters, Russian oligarchs, yet we can't get any accountability from Mueller. It's unbelievable. I'm going to go back to the news, and Sarah's going to give you some quality time while I relax and do some cooking. But I can tell you that we don't need to be in front of you at your local community clubhouse. I can't even travel because of all the death threats against me. So I just got a threat just now from a mobster. I'm not kidding. It's unbelievable. So if you think for a second I'm going to go out on the road and put my life or Sarah's life at risk, not going to happen. So you either build this political movement online or get the hell out of the show. Thank you. Thank you for not threatening me. All right.
Yes. So you're saying an average American has no chance of representing the American people? Only millionaires can represent the American people? Is that what you're saying? I think an average American is probably the best person to represent the American people because they're not out of touch with what the average American has to go through. I think that's the type of person that we need in government. However, the average American doesn't have the finances to go to every single community and campaign. That's why only you see these millionaires and billionaires running for office. Yeah, the biggest problem with Obamacare is did nothing to cut costs, and in fact, it increased costs for many people. Out-of-pocket expenses, it increased cost. Well, no, right now Medicaid, David would like Medicaid for all, but there is no Medicaid for all because it's all based on people's income. And there's a lot of people who are working, getting by, who actually resent the Medicaid system in some ways because there's people who don't work and then get Medicaid, and it's, the people that are working have to pay a huge amount out of pocket, where the people who aren't working don't have to pay out of pocket expenses. In fact, it seems like the taxpayers are picking it up. Who are the taxpayers? The people that are working. Now, if we had a system like Medicaid for all, then it would lower people's costs. Yeah, before they didn't have an individual mandate, so there's a lot of people who didn't have health care. From the healthcare system perspective, maybe they think they're covering more people, but it just seems to add profit. It seemed to be like the whole issue with Obamacare is it seemed to be like a way to increase insurance profits while like glossing over, not really solving the issue. That's true. Workers have pride. Sometimes they don't have any money, but they do have pride, and that's why they continue to work. Other countries believe in medical care for their constituents. I'm a Pisces, says anything government runs historically has cost more than the private sector. We do have I of course, because I'm in education, I think that we could have healthcare run similar to the public education system, that we could have a private sector competing with the public sector, and then you can regulate the public sector instead of trying to regulate the private sector. Yep. Yeah, group plans with employers didn't matter because the insurance companies were ahead of the curve to adjust premiums and benefits accordingly. How would you overhaul the education system, 284? You say that education is in just as much need as a healthcare sector for a total overhaul. How would you overhaul the system, and where exactly do you think we should overhaul the system? You would hold teachers accountable for results. So what about the teachers? When you say holding teachers accountable for results, is that all based on test scores? Is that what you're saying? Sarah, what happened to affordable college? There is such a thing as affordable college now, online. Brick and mortar colleges are no longer affordable, and probably because they have faced competition with online universities, so they feel like they have to increase their rates. Your premiums went up even before Obamacare was intact? Just Shipped said his premiums went from $935 to $1,400 a month under the Affordable Health Care Act, aka Obamacare. Hello, Bob.
Okay. This is very hot, so let it cool off.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want to. I should put some milk in it. Let me add some milk.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I agree. There are people, especially the ones that go to brick and mortar schools. There are students that graduate, but then they have thousands of dollars in loans and that they're still paying off until they're 40. Right, I can understand that perspective.
Okay, now it's just hot.
Okay, thank you.
Close to very hot.
I think it is education. It should be about what's best for students. That's should be the complete focus on education. What's best for students, what's going to help students in their lives and help them live successful, productive lives into adulthood. That's really should be the priority. I think the real rub was individuals were hit the hardest. They either did without health care prior to Obamacare or they're paying high premiums. That's true. Oh, true. The government guaranteed loans might have something to do with the rising tuition, because then you might have a point. And then they have loan forgiveness programs. I do believe in grants and giving grants to people in the professions where we need the most, have the most need, so that you don't have people that are just getting a grant to major in a profession where there really isn't a need. But I can say there are certain online universities that actually are affordable. it's a huge infrastructure. We're talking about colleges when you talk about the education sector. I think in colleges, I think it is just like any economic system, it's restructuring itself. Wow. All right. You think we need martial law, and you think we need to close all the colleges and universities, and you want federal troops to occupy campuses? Oh, my goodness. That would be a major change. I can never see that happening. Never. I think what I can see happening is offering an education in fields that are in high demand at a very low cost, especially like online. Bob agrees with you, but online universities, and then people will attend those, and the brick and mortar universities, there will be a change, a natural change. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, Captain Howdy. Long time no chat. I'm glad you missed David and I. Where have you been, Captain Howdy? I think, well, one of the reasons education, public education became so widely available as K through 12 was to educate the masses so that they could have disagreements. They can learn and they can read and discover things for themselves and not just believe what they're told by anyone. It's kind of interesting though. The internet has a group of people that believe any site, and then there's other people that question everything. I'm more of a question the majority of things. Bob says hi from Vaughn Live to the iVlog people. Well, if you have voices in your head that aren't giving you positive self-esteem messages, then maybe, okay, then I can understand why you were hiding under a rock. I'm okay with building a wall, but I don't think it should cost a huge amount of money. Yeah. Yes, exactly. A person should be able to understand a loan contract and do the math. Oh, you know, it's pretty interesting. I went to a little, just a small discussion. I've been looking into different things for monetary investment, and I came across, annuities. And I looked into annuities, and to me, annuities are just a complete ripoff. They claim you can have a certain amount of money for the rest of your life, right? But maybe I have to look into them more, because you pay $100,000 for an annuity and they say you can get something like $4,000 a year back for the rest of your life, or so that's, you have to live 25 years beyond the time you buy the annuity. What, Real Magoo? $60 if you acted up, you'd have to stand up against the wall. Do I think American schools should have something like this? I know that they don't have something like this. And actually, if a child, Washington State just passed a law that if a child leaves your classroom for more than 5 minutes because of their behavior, that has to go into a record, and you have to, have a conversation with the parents. Not that you wouldn't have a conversation with the parents anyway, but it's now teachers are required to. All right. Your misanthropy doesn't get the wall idea, and Captain Howie is for the wall, but in the end he thinks the wall will be a huge waste of money because they can simply dig out under it. Yeah, exactly. I would just say hats should be removed from class, but while you're indoors, out of a sign of respect, but it doesn't matter what's on the hat. And as soon as you go out to recess, wear the hat all you want. Oh, it has a dress code. Maddie Mueller. That's funny. They feel that, yeah. In our school, there is a dress code, but it's not a uniform type dress code. Oh, that's interesting, Captain Howdy. So it says you have an IP blocker. Well, I'm glad you're back. Some kind of blocked name. I didn't see what you typed, Captain Howdy, but good job. Well, if it says a curse word, maybe, Bob, that would be an issue, yeah. or if it had like yes, you're right. There's we don't allow pictures of weapons on clothing because it's a weapons-free zone. I agree with that. We should teach how to be fiscally responsible.
Yeah, we should have a class in budgeting and.
I know I had to take
handling-
economics before I graduated,
I know.
but I don't know if my economics class was very effective at like teaching me to avoid loans and
You're talking about high school.
balancing checkbooks. I mean, we studied like the stock market a little bit.
Yeah.
I went to 2 different classes because I moved in the middle of my senior year, so I was in 2 different economics classes, and I don't remember them teaching like basic budgeting.
Yeah.
And like when you go to the store and it's just basic budgeting and not to take loans. And
Did you get a $2,000 credit card opportunity at any of your schools that you were at?
well, when I
'Cause they
turned
offered-
18,
They
people
offered
start
$2,000.
sending that whether you're in a school or not.
Wow. So they're hooking people in at a young age without
Yeah.
giving them any education. Yeah, because I started spending crazy on a credit card when I first got one. And it was like, no, you have to pull back. And it's like, I had to learn.
I did learn a little bit, but I was in math class, and so we learned about interest and compound interest. But you're right, Real Magoo. I do think that's probably true. Many Americans don't have $500 in cash to spend in case of an emergency. Oh, good to know, Captain Howdy. Your middle school freaked you out when a guy you were acquaintances with dyed his hair green. There's a lot of hot hair dyeing when I was in more high school than middle school. Yes, misanthropy, I do. I don't freak out, but well, I guess you could say I do. I do tell the kids that they shouldn't be. They do want to play. You say, your question was, does your school freak out if people play cops and robbers with their hands and guns? Yes. Actually, yes. Weapons are not allowed at school, and imitating weapons are not allowed at school. I just remind students of that rule, of that school rule, if I see it. So, and they still do play cops and robbers, but they don't use their hands as guns. And then also one of the things is like they would hold the kids' hands behind their back, and I say, you know what, they can put their hands behind their back, but you shouldn't be holding them. Grammar schools, do you think, should teach how to relate properly to the opposite sex and not just academics? Maybe in middle school that should be the case. I think how to relate I do believe in relationships and how to just have a conversation with people without being, in a screen all the time. And how to say thank you and how to express gratitude. And it is about, relationships are very important. Wow. No, not really. I didn't have a teacher meeting where it was discussed. No. You're reading that many Americans don't have $500 in cash spending for emergencies. Many Americans many Americans might not have actually planned for their retirement. That's pretty interesting, 554. You say teachers always plead poverty, but you never meet a poor one. I haven't pled poverty. Maybe as a substitute. Well, I don't know. But you're right. They do. Some schools do a pretty good job with certain areas, I'm sure. The thing about teacher salaries is it varies from state to state. Some places it varies from district to district. But I think a lot of people are living from paycheck to paycheck, but that doesn't, there's people that are making very little that are living paycheck to paycheck, and people that are making quite a bit that are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's about their choices of how they spend their money. Misanthropy always says if people weren't so wasteful, the American economy would look a lot different. Good point. Wow. Thank you, Captain Howdy, for letting me know. I didn't know that. Yeah, so exactly, 566. There's certain, and it does seem to be the rural areas and the southern areas that teachers aren't paid as well. Yes, even when you live paycheck to paycheck, there's lots of ways that you can cut down on waste. You know a lot of people that say they live paycheck to paycheck, but they go out and splurge because I deserve it. I've been working hard, so I deserve to splurge. And then that's why you're living paycheck to paycheck. I really want to encourage everyone to take at least 10% of whatever your paycheck is and put that aside in an emergency fund. 10%. So if you make $1,000, take $100 and put it aside. No, we have a high standards for teaching jobs. At least in our state, teachers have to go through a lot of hoops in order to have a teaching job. No thanks, Captain Howdy. I'm not really gonna worry about that right now. Would you recommend doing a 401k? I'm not a financial advisor. I would do a 401k if I were able to, but because I'm an educator, there's a different thing I can do. Everyone though can do a individual retirement account, which is called a IRA. And there's two different types of individual retirement accounts. One is a Roth IRA and one is a traditional IRA. They say they have the same thing, I believe, for 401k, but I'm not sure actually about that. But with a Roth, you actually pay taxes on it now. So if you're not making a lot of money, yes, I would highly suggest the Roth IRA, because then what can happen with that money is that whatever interest you make on it, say you invest that money in the stock market, the interest you make on it, then you can get out tax-free when you retire. Whereas with a 401k, if you have any kind of matching deal, always do it, because basically you are getting that funding from the company. That's an added benefit, an added perk, and it's like getting extra money. It's a no-brainer. Absolutely do a 401k. If it's anything where your employer is matching what you put in, you should absolutely do that. You're so frugal, you like to save and put off buying things that you should be buying. Yeah, if you're too frugal to the point where you know you need something, that's not good. But I also think that oh, really, Captain Howdy? That's good. I mean, if you're still comfortable with your shoes, you're going to wait until your shoes completely fall apart. I noticed that for me, I'm on my feet a lot as a teacher because I'm constantly walking around the classroom. I'm not a teacher that just stands up at the front of the room or sits at the front of the room. I'm constantly walking and interacting with students. And so my shoes wear out pretty quickly and they become very uncomfortable. And so that's the thing. And if you're at the point where your feet are hurting, it's better to invest in a new pair of shoes than invest in foot surgery.
Right. Cool. All right, have a couple legs there. A free-range, non-GMO chicken.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yeah. And also, there's a casserole with some Brussels sprouts. They're still cooking, but you may find have as much as you want. Have two legs. I just want the biggest of the last ones.
The legs are still cooking.
Everything's done
Okay.
for the most part, but the Brussels are a little bit
Okay.
fresh.
They're still cooking. Okay.
Well, they're almost done. Unless you like them mushy, and then you can just let them sit.
Yeah, I'll just let them sit probably. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Captain Howdy knows. He can tell us how to save and get unlimited movies and cable TV for just a one-time fee of $40.
Unlimited movies, cable TV for the rest of your life for $40. Is that a gimmick, or is it a free download, or? You got to wonder, are these companies legit? I mean, come on, I don't want to be hooked with a illegal download. Oh yeah, they're legit, man. Yeah, sure.
I agree with that about shoes. You almost do need to spend
I'll be right back.
over $100 to get a good quality pair of shoes. I always was one of those that I shopped at Payless stores. Sorry, Payless, that you're going out of business. I would buy super cheap shoes, and then I decided I needed a good pair of shoes because I was on my feet all the time and my feet were actually hurting. And then and I think I even went to see a podiatrist, and they're like, well, why don't you try a good pair of shoes? And so I took some people's advice, went shoe shopping. I'm actually going to go shoe shopping again soon because it has been 2 years since I went shoe shopping. And I went into different stores. I actually ended up taking 2 pairs of shoes back because I tried them on. I walked around the store. They felt comfortable. But then I got home and tried them at work, and they were not good. So then eventually I walked into a Clark's shoe store, and I was telling them I need a really good pair of shoes, blah, blah, blah. And I tried on this pair of shoes, and I think I started crying because they were so comfortable. Not literally, yeah, I definitely had a tear in my eye because they're just so comfortable. And now I'm going to go to one of those outlet stores that they have for that company and look and see what I can buy for less, but I don't know if I have to go to that particular model of shoe to get that comfort. But it's been a few years and now those have been like worn out because I walk so much. Yeah, I remember when it was cool to shop at Foot Locker. Like my family couldn't afford to shop at Foot Locker or things like that. Or I don't know, maybe they could. Not really. I can't stop walking. I have to walk around for my profession. I could, but then I wouldn't have a profession. Oh. Yeah. And then you never know about foam because when you first put them on, they could be comfortable, but then with foam, does it like wear into that mold or something like that? Yeah, what has happened to shoemakers or shoe repair people?
Crisp night air.
Yeah.
It's still a little cold. I don't think it's going to get below 32 though. 32 or lower. Let's see. We got weather.
Yeah, shoes are good. Shoes are important because then they do affect your back. They affect your save on chiropractic bills by getting good pair of shoes.
Yeah, I mean, don't spare any expense. Spend at least $20.
41 again.
41 tonight. That's great.
Let me see if it's going to say 41.
I haven't spent more than $20 on a pair of shoes in a long time. Gosh.
37.
Sarah's shoes are like $150 though.
Yeah.
Because they're special. Bless you.
But it's been like 4 years since I've gotten
it has been 4 years. I know. We were out traveling all around the area. We went drove 600 miles to find her shoes. But 4 years, when you're working on your feet like you do, your shoes are history. Bless
Where do
you.
you get your $20 shoes?
Bless you. Oh, I buy shoes at discount. Walmart. Let me show you some plastic shoes that I picked up.
He picked up he said that he walked by and he's like, who would ever wear those plastic shoes? And then one day he was like, I just need to buy a pair of shoes. And he bought them. He's like, I guess I am one of those people that buy those shoes.
Look at this. It's unibody plastic polypropylene nylon. And they never break down. They never wear out. They're like permaplastic. I'm going to go rinse them off. I'm feeling kind of... These are my outdoor shoes.
Yeah, they're his shoes that he wears. In the
$5 I spent.
$5. Yeah. One time, I missed the shoes you donated one time. I had this pair, my $1 pair of shoes that you donated? Mm-hmm. You should have kept those.
I should have, yeah. Those are great. We got those at a discount place back east. But yeah, little microfiber goes a long way. I mean, I can't exactly go to the finest clubs, but I could hang around the beach in these things. I mean, who would wear these things? It's crazy, They're just disgusting, but they are industrial plastic that will never, ever wear out. It's like, wow, the sole has never, it's like you can't wear these things down, man. Modern technology can be pretty dang cheap.
No, David's
though these
never
are better
worn
than Crocs.
or
Crocs are
anything
ridiculous.
like that.
These are as good as Crocs, and they're $5 at Walmart. Seriously.
Jill, bare feet. The only reason I don't go barefoot is because I have a scar this long on my foot. Because I stepped on a piece of glass when I was barefoot when I was a kid. I also had a pine cone stuck in my foot when I was barefoot as a kid. So I don't go barefoot anymore. What? Yeah. But I have heard this I saw this pathway that was made for like walking barefoot to give your feet different textures, and it had like one little square was grass and one little square was like sand and one little square was like stepping stone pebbles or something.
Now, I got these for 50 cents at the recycler. And I looked at these shoes. I saw them at the recycler for 50 cents. And these are the kind of shoes that are really well made. I mean, they'll last forever. I couldn't pass it up for 50 cents, you know? And when you wear these things, man, these are real. They're dangerous.
Oh, can you get my green shoes?
Sure.
I'm going to show what I do. I completely agree with investing in a good pair of insoles. That such a good investment. So I had some good shoes, but then I put in some insoles, and those has made all the difference in the world. And I've actually not just I've not just put in one insole. Never mind, I'll bring them in later.
I got them right now.
Oh, okay. I double my insoles up. So then I have like...
couldn't help but grab a little microfiber and, you know, wipe them off here.
I don't need the shoe. I was just going to show my worn out insole.
Oh, okay.
Why I need to get more insoles too. So I have like this insole, which is like a rubber back here. You have to make sure it's rubber and not plastic, hard plastic.
Yeah. It has to be a little spongy.
Yeah, it has to be spongy. But
that's
then
insulting.
For me, I don't just do one insole. I have another insole that's also rubber.
There you go.
And then I double it up.
Oh, yeah.
So then it's 2 layers back here.
Very helpful
Then
for feet. Yeah.
another thing, if you're standing for a long time, but you're standing in one spot, those, they're called, what are they called? Anti-fatigue mats.
Oh, yeah.
That is a very worthwhile investment.
They're like very spongy. Yeah, I'll take these away. Thank you.
Yeah, they make, yes, exactly. Those make bad shoes good. Or those aren't bad shoes, but they make even okay shoes really good. But they have to, you have to spend almost a pretty penny for the good insoles too. I mean, like those insoles, David bought them on sale, but normally they're like $15 for the insoles. You should do what I would suggest. Dr. Scholl's, in certain stores, they have this machine that you can go and stand on, and it will tell you what insole to get. And sometimes it says you should get an insole, this type's an insole for this foot and a different type for another foot. But I haven't invested too much in insoles, but I think, and I would say the ones that are rubber insoles rather than like the gel. I also have bought some like plastic, they're called Cutie or something like that. Those are okay, but these for me have been the best because I went to a orthopedic person and he said you probably have like a bursa on the bottom of your foot, and he was saying you don't want to, the way that some people might treat it is if you have like a bursa on your shoulder is put in steroids. But if you do a bursa, if you put steroids in your foot, then it actually will wear out the padding that's naturally in your foot. Yes, I am talking about that anti-fatigue mat. And I just got I don't know how much those are, but yes, I got one of those. That's exactly right. I got one from, instead of Direct Mat, I got it from Costco. And it is such a good investment. I would totally recommend that Cal Worthington, that anti-fatigue mat. Just standing on it, it feels like, because where I work, It's basically, it looks like tile, but it's really concrete. And so I'm basically standing on a slab of concrete all day. And then, but I stand on that and it's just like, feels like I'm standing on a cloud after standing on concrete. Yes, I agree with 554. Never scrimp on shoes or tires. You wouldn't want to buy cheap tires. You know, you wouldn't want to run your car on small tires, so you should treat your feet the same way. That's very good advice, 554. I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, it is good advice. If you like to do a lot of cooking, you need to invest in high quality knives. If you have to do a lot of standing, you need to invest in high quality shoes.
Okay, I threw the pasta in the microwave, so that's hot. Gave that a zap, the pasta, and you're good to go.
Okay,
So-
good.
And let's take a look here. Hang on. Yeah.
Just
All right, so this is cool. We got the anti-war rally is now the sustainable reality that we're living. Yes. Yeah, it'd be great to have a rally about reality, you know. And that's kind of what this is, really, when you think about it. You know, the reality that you can't keep overspending beyond your credit cards and wonder, you know, why your life is falling apart because you can't meet your minimum payments. Right. I think cooking at this point, like I'm using cold brew coffee. My coffee is now cold brew. I'm saving a lot of money on electricity. And I let it set for a day in this cold brew container. It's great. Of course, I heat it up when I actually drink it, but reduction of acids by at least 60 to 70% in my coffee. Now, my family originally came from the back east. They were making shoes on my mother's side. Yeah, I have relatives that had a factory in New England, and we actually saw the factory, the shoe factory, that went out of business because of foreign competition from Asia. Believe it or not, these companies in America, like that, were hiring 100 people for about, I would say, almost 80 to 90 years. They had this shoe company. And to this day, I marvel at the work that they did. That's why I look at shoes almost intrinsically for their inherent worth, because I know how hard they are to create. I've seen the whole process, and I've studied the patterns that they used back then, and it was really quite amazing. Now you buy crap at stores that last you about not even a year. You pay less, but you end up costing you more in the long run at some of these shoe stores. And I'm not naming any brands. Oh, you named the Clark Shoe Company?
yeah.
Oh, good.
They said it was so comfortable.
Yeah. Clark is great. Hi. Yeah, Clark Shoes happened to be a descendant of the shoe company that my great-great-grandfather had run back east. And I saw the building that they actually had. It was like locked up, but it had never been touched in like 60 years because we lost the shoe business. And I think now it's a really deluxe apartment building in Massachusetts. I saw pictures of it. It was completely revamped. They made individual apartments out of each of the factory. But so the bricks are still standing. It's kind of amazing. But Clark Shoes is Dexter Shoes originally. Clark Shoes, a lot of these shoe companies hung on by their, the tips of their fingernails. But they're still very good, and they charge $150 for a shoe, and they get the price. People pay that. So, hey, more power to you. You do pay, with sustainable things that are built to last, like shoes, you have to pay up front. Unless you get it for 50 cents, like I showed you, those really well-made leather shoes they could last a lifetime. They're that well-made. A lifetime. I mean, 70 years walking, they'd still be okay, unless, of course, you're walking across country in those shoes. These shoes were made for walking, and that is what they'll do. They're going to walk all over you. I don't know, Dexter was that show about blood spatter. and that great actor who's in it. Yeah, he's good. I liked him. He was in 6 Feet Under too. The Dexter star. His name is Michael Carlisle Hall, and he was born in 1971. Wow. Whoa. Yeah, we were talking about the mobile medical unit, legalized marijuana at the back of the mobile medical unit earlier. That was fun. See, that's something like that could pay for itself and finance more mobile medical units. Yeah, we had that discussion earlier. Yeah. Oh. Let's see what we have here. Oh, there he is. Yeah, see? He plays Dexter. And he's been in a lot of Showtime. 6 Feet Under, HBO. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with his acting, and I understand Michael Carlisle Hall has been battling some cancer of his own. So he's got a story of kind of a rebound. He's in remission, I guess, somebody said. Golden Globe Award winner, screen actor. Yeah, I think his acting is top notch. I really like him in all of the things he's in. Yeah. But I think he's got a personal life battle with cancer. On January 3rd, 2010, Hall's agent and spokesman confirmed that Hall was undergoing treatment for a form of Hodgkin's lymphoma. Wow. You know, that is the same thing that Paul Williams died of. And I believe it could be related. I don't know what happened to me here. It could be related to glyphosate. There is a component in glyphosate that would be a trigger for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. You see, glyphosate has now been found to be a carcinogen in California, and I appreciate the fact that they're doing the work that is necessary. I mean, we really should have California as our model for the FDA. But Ron Jeremy is an actor who he's not a really great actor. He's a porn star. I don't consider him a really great actor. Using those words, Captain Howdy, that's almost, that's pathetic. It shows you that you don't know who a great actor is. I mean, he's no Marlon Brando, okay? He's a porn star, dude. No, I believe AIDS was originally devised to get rid of gay people. It was a genetically modified protein synthesized virus chain that was developed probably in our own government. But that's my personal belief. I have no verifiable proof other than Plum Island. Would you like a Plum Island? Oh, you're joking? Really? I thought for real you really meant that Ron Jeremy was a great actor. That's funny. Well, I imagine it must be difficult maintaining an erection throughout every single porn movie that he's been in. You got to hand it to them, these people that do that. They're either popping Cialis and, or Viagra or something or whatever, I'm spraying myself with a blend of fruit enzyme and purified water. It helps hydrate my flesh, or as you call it, flesh, my frubber. The thing that humans have which make you seem normal, like me. I am human too. Yeah. The way I said it, though, sounded like I wasn't human. I must admit, that was awkward. I am working on my delivery. So it seems more normal when I say that. Yeah, well, a lot of people think that robots are here. They're not here yet. Look at the technology behind Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk.
Yeah, so imagine what Ham would look like in this show. I mean, you could clearly see that I am not Ham. I am not a robot. You can clearly see that. See how abnormal that looks? Whereas I do it, it looks perfectly normal. See? How unnatural the robot looks compared to me? I am much more lifelike. There you go. So this technology's been around a long, long time. Many people don't believe it, but it's around, and many people are talking. Dave, are you a robot? Of course I'm not a robot. Do I look like a robot? I might be CGI, though. That's an even weirder thought. 54% positive match confirmed. So what do you want to talk about sustainable-wise? Because I really don't want to talk about coffins right now. Yeah. These are not sustainable. If humans are disappearing on the planet and wars are being started in Venezuela, God forbid, or Ukraine, God forbid, we wouldn't have a sustainable world. We'd be dying. And there's no reason for us to be fighting each other anyway, right? I mean, we all want the same thing: food, water, clothing. I mean, how hard is that to achieve? I mean, it's pretty simple when you think about it. Life is pretty simple. But for some reason, rich people think that they themselves want to own the planet, that they can control it, that you are simply not worthy of the planet's dominion. They believe that this planet is theirs and not yours. Imagine their confusion when they think that you want to live here. But the reality is they're dumping chemicals on our head daily. Instead of food and water distributed to people in Venezuela who are suffering right now, this idea I've had since 2009, we're instead seeing chemicals dropped on our heads on a daily basis. Dun, da, 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 da. Look at that. Chemicals dumped on our head. They say eating fruit is good for your digestive tract. I would recommend mixing fruit in with your diet daily. Absolutely. And I'm not even a dietitian. I'm just a person who eats food. I'm a food eater. Okay. Caller blocked. Hey, we've got this method now where we just hit the button. It says call block right here. You can see it. Call block. And when you do that, I just add your number to the call block list. So don't bother calling here anymore. Thank you. How often do you spray yourself with a fruity substance? As needed. I use it accordingly. There is no recommendation, but the humidity level of my skin surface tension has decreased. David, did you hear about New York? They are wanting to make it illegal for people to be turned into compost after they're dead. I heard about that. Now that's just not sustainable. For one, human compost from human denitrified, mass graves is not safe. There is a huge risk of potential cholera, bubonic plague, Ebola, rabies. Any number of things could be born out of the ground of these denitrified humans. I use CBD oil, yes. Let's see it. Incoming call. Call from. Block call. Yes. Thank you. You are now registered block call. So sorry you can't call here. We don't take calls from anybody named Vito. Thank you. Guido, yeah. Guaido, the guy who America claims should be the rightful president of Venezuela. Don't call here. I can't talk to you. And whatever you do, Maduro, don't call here. Thank you. You use CBD oil for pain? Yeah, that's really good. I'm hearing great results. My cat is on CBD oil. I give her 3 drops a day in her cat food. And her arthritis is minimal, and her Parkinson's, which is common among cats, Parkinson's, is minimal too. So she's getting really good results. I'm so thankful for it. Yeah. You have THC oil? That's excellent, man. Yeah, I understand you can get a blend of THC and CBD oil. But remember, THC can be psychoactive if heated. CBD hemp oil is derived from indica, can be calming. Yeah, see all these new derivatives that we're potentially seeing from CBD oil? Now, as far as composting humans, I believe that you should not be allowed or you should not disallow somebody being buried in a cedar box or a pine coffin. I think that that's the very least we can do. So the Democrats, in all of their effort to control the dialogue, I think we can pretty much establish that if somebody's buried in a pine casket with minimal processing and no potential formaldehyde use, collar blocks. It worked great. Thank you. Thanks for testing it, by the way. Guido. Jeez. Anyway, I can't really deign this story with a response simply because it's absurd. I'll read the story, though. The body of the tiny 78-year-old woman, gray hair falling over stiffened shoulders, was brought to a hillside at Western Carolina University, still clad in a blue hospital gown and chartreuse socks. She was laid on a bed of wood chips, and then more were heaped atop her. If all goes as hoped, the body will turn into compost. It's a startling next step in the natural burial movement, even as more people opt for internment in simple shrouds or biodegradable caskets. Urban cemeteries continue to fill up. So for the environmentally conscious, cremation is a problematic option as the process releases greenhouse gases. So, people being composted, I've got a better solution. Now, I'm just going to throw it out there, but I think we could build almost a ice-breaking ship that could carry people to the northern sectors of the Arctic freeze. Now, here is the Polar Star, one of the largest, most prestigious icebreakers in the fleet. Now, if you can imagine people going into cold storage, I would rather opt for this, where my body was sent to the highest reaches of the North Pole and put in a permanent state of cryogenics, without the charges of cryogenics, Operator standing by. Let's see if the block works. Okay, that went through. Let's take a look. No, I'm afraid not. We won't take your calls if you can't leave your message. Thank you. It's a Coast Guard ship. Perfect. We'll use it. The upward angle of the Polar Star's bow is designed so that the hull rides up onto the ice surface during ice-breaking operations. So you can imagine all the corpses this could carry up to the Arctic North at a fee of no more than maybe $300 a piece. A lot better than cryogenics, which starts at $300,000 right now. I checked. I mean, it used to be. Remember when Rodney Dangerfield offered to get his head frozen cryogenically? And he said, "I'll tell you, I'm going to have my whole body frozen, but I think my wife can only get me my head frozen, just a little head." But that's kind of what Rodney Dangerfield did. He had his head frozen. But this would be an idea for people to ship their bodies to the North Pole, and I think it's economically suited for the green-friendly, sustainable family. I got no respect. Sandy? Okay, go ahead, Sandy. Hi, what can I do for you, Sandy? Hello, how are you? I'm doing okay. What can I do for you, Sandy? Sandy, you sound like you're a person who's you're a male about 29 years old who's pretending to have a high voice, kind of like I'm doing right now. Another death threat, see? And it's always the same guy. This guy doesn't realize we have his voice and we can look him up. Anytime he uses a cell phone, his architecture of his voice is received on the receiving side. The artificial intelligence system that we currently run, Echelon, mapped through the NSA, gives us the ability to identify the caller and his location within seconds. We can pinpoint his location and have him arrested. Because the Sahara is too dry. Have you seen how ugly it is? Do you want grandma or grandpa or whoever dies to get a chance at life again? Well, the Polar Star will give you a chance with this group burial area, which is basically the crevice of a large glacier, which will be mapped and geolocated with an RFID chip, will tell people where your loved one is located in the North Pole. And in the future, when we have technology where we can retrieve its body, we can revive your loved one and bring it back to life. Reanimation of human bodies is not impossible. In fact, right now, they are currently reanimating the brains of pigs for up to 3 days. That's right, 3 days. Their heads are still reanimated and they're still fully functional. The brains are. So don't think for a second that this technology is not possible to revive somebody from the dead. How they're going to turn out, we don't really know. It's all very experimental. But wouldn't that be a better use environmentally of the polar star? Would you like to have your brain reanimated? You don't want to? Okay. Well, I understand your feelings. We respect your views. And now back to the story at large. Corpses into compost. We're going to throw that in the proverbial compost bin, relegated to the category, who cares? Get a cedar casket, buddy. What do those things cost? Seriously, they just want to be dumped in mass compost heaps with wood chips. Come on. And how much are our cedar caskets, I wonder? Cedar caskets, current price. Well, currently in the market, the base price is $799 for your standard Western cedar casket. Yeah. CasketsByDesign.com has a wonderful selection tool that you can dial in on the right cedar casket. Western cedar, yeah, $799. The eco style price is $599. I wonder if they make a pine one for less. Let's take a look. Oh, pine is $599. There you go. Western cedar, I don't know, they got that for $5.99 on sale right now. Hurry. Alder or poplar are $10.99. Mahogany is $16.99. Mahogany is nice, yeah. That doesn't last for, it basically takes a long time to break down in the soil. Anyway, I think we covered the story, and I don't really want to talk about this story anymore. Now, Robert Mueller has not been doing nothing. He has filed an 800-plus page sentencing memo for Paul Manafort, but without the second trial and the discovery process of how much Paul Manafort money laundered for Donald Trump, then this is kind of a joke. 800 pages of what exactly? I'd have to read that to give you an assessment, but right now I'm of the belief that Paul Manafort needs to be tried again so we can bring out all the facts about Paul Manafort money laundering for Donald Trump in Florida. I don't know about you, but we could sit here and pretend like this is no big deal and ignore it for the next, 30 years like we did so many other things. But if we don't get to the bottom of this, we'll never know exactly how deep those hooks are that Russian oligarchs have in our president, Donald Trump. Oh, no collusion, no Russian, it's all a Russian hoax. Yes, Robuscules is a mental patient. We saw him with his mental patient handlers. He has people working in the room around him when he's broadcasting. But beautiful cat Fluffy is not. She's in there with her beautiful cat Fluffy. And she's got a nice thing happening. Thank you, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Yep. So we're responding to chat over iBlog right now. All right, we're done with that, and on to this. Yep, we did that one too. And, we're forcing democracy around the world. So now America is turned an emblem into a democracy, that we are now the proud owners of the democracy, even though we don't have it in our own country. And we're here to tell Venezuela they better have democracy, embrace it or else. Socialism wasn't going to cut it. They better have democracy. Pompeo demands justice. Failure of the plan to force entry of U.S. humanitarian aid into Venezuela has not deterred the Trump administration hawks seeking regime change in Caracas. They're threatening new sanctions unless Venezuela embraces democracy. You will be ordered to sit down, zip tie your hands, and be democratic, for crying out loud. Yes. James. Okay, James. Yes, James. Yeah, can I help you? Whoa, wait a second. Yeah, okay. Thank you. They're all death threats. It's like endless death threats every night. It's amazing. Hey, 12 amazing cases of people who were cryogenically frozen. That is interesting. Thanks. I need something else to talk about. Yeah, I'll play that in just a second. 12 amazing cases of people who were cryogenically frozen. Now, this is sustainable. Yeah. Whether rich and famous, man was cryogenically preserved, a human in a deeply frozen state, or a patient who lets his body and mind to the hands of the almighty doctors over the next few centuries. A 14-year-old girl from England cryogenically frozen. Number 1. Yes, doesn't look like a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl from the UK who passed away because of a rare and extremely aggressive form of cancer has been placed in a state of cryogenic suspension. This way, she hopes that after being brought back to life for the next decades, she would be finally treated. Her separated parents did not agree over whether the teenager's wish to be cryogenically frozen must be followed. Her girl, whose name has not been exposed for obvious legal reasons, requested a judge to get involved in this delicate legal matter. Ted Williams, American baseball player, cryogenically preserved. Are you serious? Really? That's amazing. So Ted's head is in a jar? Fascinating. Wow, look at that. He's best known for Frozen Man, since some of his body parts were put in cryogenic suspension after he died. Well, what good is having some of your body parts put in? Yeah. And then there's Howard Stern interview with an Alcor representative from Ted Williams. Yeah. And his son, John Henry Williams, is in cryogenic suspension as well. I'll be darned, there's John Henry. His son passed away a couple years after him, and his body was also placed in cryogenic suspension. His death was leukemia, and he hoped that in the future a cure would be found. Yeah. You know, I don't want to get into the details here, but if you're in good health, and you say, you know, that you want to be cryogenically frozen, I think that would violate certain right to die laws. Or it might just, you know, meet the criteria for right to death, for that matter, because technically you're frozen as dead. So you can move to Oregon and have a right to death doctor decree and then be frozen. But could you be sure your freezer is going to stay hooked up to a generator? You know? Well, see me in a little bit later. You can imagine doing it yourself with a Home Depot freezer you get for $150 and, you know, a little generator revving up that backyard. I just decided that that'd be the best way to go. Never thought the generator run out of gas, though. Yeah, so if you have a power outage, then you're melted, dendrified flesh. I would imagine if you'd want to be cryogenically frozen, you want to be preserved in the best possible condition you could ever be in. So it would be ideal for people who are, you know, in car accidents where their spine is crushed or something. Because then they could have a replaced spine and be up and running rather quickly, you know. Hypothetically, of course. Okay. For all of you who were not really interested in R. Kelly's net worth, they're picking on him instead of Jeffrey Epstein and all these other people. R. Kelly, who they alleged did dirty deeds with 10 young women, his net worth is only $1 million. So, I don't know, man. That's going to be tied up in bail right quick, man. I find that hard to believe, but hey, why not? This guy, a lot of people find to be very disturbing. I don't really care. I don't even want to put his face on the screen. It's kind of bumming me out just thinking about it. Okay, this is Embrace Democracy. This is our forced democracy. We're going to look at what's happening right now on the Venezuelan-Colombian border. Thank you. Breaking news. Yeah, we know that the U.S. condemns the attacks. It's happening right here. All right. I thought that was a live video feed, but apparently not. Here it is. Okay, there are street battles between opposition protesters. Some people that want Guaido and other people who want Maduro. It's no longer a question of who's the rightful president. It's the question of who's in charge. And Maduro is still in charge, and there's no planning on our end to interfere at this point, other than John Bolton insisting that we impose democracy upon these people. So you see what a failed U.S. policy will get us year after year? Trump's trying to start a war in Venezuela. It's pretty obvious. And he's basically went for the bait. When I said about 2 weeks ago that the only way he's going to fund the wall in Mexico, to Mexico's wall, that Mexico is going to pay for, and they aren't, was to start a war in Venezuela. And I think Donald Trump likes the idea. I think he's going to do it. I think John Travolta should run for president in 2020. Everyone wants to see more of him and his homosexual activity. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great. I think, but he needs to come out of the closet, because right now we got Michelle, who may run for president too, and she's a obvious transgender. So, I mean, come on. John Travolta is definitely on the verge of, being that kind of a guy. Well, here's a picture of him kissing one of his friends, for starters. Travolta and pal ready for takeoff. That's not exactly a good friend. That's a lover, okay? Yeah. Well, I don't know what John Travolta's into, but running for president, it's going to be interesting to see an openly gay man who's not openly gay pretend that he's not gay, even though he clearly is, run for president. Because I'm a heterosexual. I'm not gay. And there's no photograph of me kissing a man, because I've never kissed a man. Except, well, my dad kissed me when I was 8 years old on the cheek, I think. Yeah. I think that's normal for at that point. But after 8, it's a little bit weird. Hey, are you embarrassed for being heterosexual? Well, welcome to our show. Many of you feel like you're now embarrassed because you're heterosexual, because everyone's forcing you into becoming a Democrat and politically correct, tranny, sensitive. We don't, in my opinion, and this is again my issue, we don't fully support LGBTQ here, but I don't want to discriminate against lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, or queer. I just think at the government level, people should be allowed to keep their jobs in the military who are trannies. But I don't want to cater to LGBTQ like they are in the Democratic Party. So welcome to this party, America's Third Party. If you are just, heterosexual leaning person, even if you're a homosexual and don't understand why they're making such a big deal of it, welcome. Yeah. We've got a couple of homosexuals who hang out in our chat room and chat quite a bit. And I think it's perfectly fine. I welcome you. No, it's okay. He never voted his entire life. Give him a break. It's going to be like getting blood out of turnips for some of you to vote. Yeah, if you're really twisted up about gay people, it's intrinsically obvious that you're a homophobe. I agree. That's why I don't like gay people looking at my butt going, "Jeez, what a nice ass." It's disturbing. And I think a lot of people who are heterosexual get a little bummed out when that happens. What are they imagining? Inserting their penis in your butt? That's kind of where, from my perspective, that's what it seems like to me, and that's not sustainable. There are people out there that are predators, and many of them are gay. So, yeah. So it's a big problem to see sexual harassment like that go unchecked by the Democrats. The Democrats stand around and go like it's a hate crime to admit that you're heterosexual. Hey, thanks, everybody. I'm just tired of being, defending heterosexuality in the show. It just amazes me how many people want to attack heterosexuals. And we're the majority. We're not the deviant ones. Oh, did I say the deviant word? Oh, I'm sorry. That too is supposed to be a hate crime according to the Democrats. Can you believe these people? They want to take away our freedom of speech. They want to tell us what we're supposed to think collectively. I did unban Mad Dog 1968. Yes. It was done last night. Yes, he was completely unbanned. We'll do both names too. That username can't be found. Let's see if I can find him in there. Yep, see? Told you. Oh, unban on Vaughn? Sure. Yeah, I didn't realize that it had been done over there. Hey, Dave, last night near when Leb tried to drop a deep dripper with a knife, stripped through on fire and killed him. Hey, Dave, last night near where I live, a guy tried to attack a DPS trooper with a knife, so the trooper opened fire and killed him. Yeah, see, that would be improper procedure by the trooper. And with my sensitivity training course that I'm going to insist that every single state and local municipality take in order to receive federal dollars, and also honor our request to have everybody who's got more than one case of police brutality against them dropped from the force. And if there's anybody who killed somebody in the line of duty, they should be dropped from the force too, unless it was truly ruled by a grand jury that it was self-defense. But our sensitivity training would inhibit them from actually using deadly force against anybody pulling a knife. I have a shoot to maim prospect, and shoot to maim is the idea to minimize the threat to a police officer, but at the same time not kill the person. Because remember, 1,200 people have died every year in the U.S., and most of them have been unarmed, killed by cops. Yeah, so shoot to maim would be the sensitivity training course, but it would also include family counseling. I want to integrate cops that are already handling domestic abuse. I think they should be integrated with children and how to handle children as well. So shoot to maim and an expansion of sensitivity training for cops as well. But shoot to maim is the more important thing, because 1,200 people are dying as a result of bad cops doing bad things. Cops gone wild. And this is a part of the problem. We limit the IQ of people entering the police force to 107. Right, suicide prevention, that's very important, absolutely. They should be versed in how to deal with a person who's wanting to kill themselves, right? What's the best method to deal with that? And I'm not an expert on this, but I can tell you we will integrate experts in and get cops to get re-educated. But most cops have an IQ of under 107, so even detectives are very limited in their ability to understand things. You have to have a very high IQ to be incredibly perceptive like I am in order to understand the complexities of situations. Most of these guys just shoot to kill. The moment thought of somebody's going to draw anything, even a pocket knife, they shoot to kill. That's a sign of relative lack of intelligence. Plus bad protocol. We just saw a car chase 2 nights ago on our show, and it was really amazing. They let the guy go. And he could have easily carjacked anybody, but they finally, he was literally, they stood back about at least a football field away as the guy wove through traffic with his tires burst, riding on his rims. Well, at any time during that entire procedure, he could have gotten out and strong-armed another car and gone off at 100 miles an hour with, somebody yanked out of the car, because he's facing 10 years minimum for car theft and evading arrest, maybe even 20 years. So, I mean, some people are that desperate, they would just carjack another car and just take off at 100 miles an hour. So I saw mistakes being made by the LA police as we were watching it. But he eventually came to a stop, and they eventually did arrest him. But the way they let him get close to traffic like that, with unassisted, without anybody riding his tail, that was suspicious. I mean, it's like they didn't even know what to do. I was nearly killed in a situation where cars were being chased. Police was chasing a motorcyclist down Artesia Boulevard before it became the Artesia Freeway back in the 1990s in LA. And I just happened to say, for some reason, I said, I'm going to change lanes. And I changed the left lane from the right lane. And I was with my father at the time. And we looked over to the right lane, and the car that we would have been was rear-ended by a cop going about 80 miles an hour into an intersection, racing to catch a motorcyclist who went right through the red light. And whoever that person was, that would have been us, got severe whiplash from that car being whipped up into the air at 60, 80 miles an hour by a cop car. Now, these happen all the time by cops in pursuit. We've got technologies right now. That will actually increase the ability of them to target one of these vehicles by hitting a rifle with an RFID chip that attaches to the side of the vehicle. And any marksman can shoot the side of the vehicle at about half a mile away with this technology. We can shoot that vehicle with the RFID chip. It's on there. It's like glue. They can't even etch it off because it's like a splat. Yeah. We can catch them any way down the stream and track them with satellites. So I'm not sure why we even have high-speed races now. So that too would be included in my recommendation for sensitivity training, ending high-speed pursuit. So we're going to do a song to dedicate to this effort at political change, which we do every night in our show. And because some of you want to actually enjoy it, we're going to play you Mr. Right. Thank you.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
The timing is so dang hard on that last thing. You have a third eye blinking at you in your pants, huh? That's pretty funny. Well, I discovered my third eye a long time ago, and I finally found it online. So now whenever I need it, I plug it in, and there it is. It gives me greater intelligence. As you can see, I have two electrodes, one above, positive feed, and the other below, negative feed, which will plug into my eventual third eye whenever I get that. I haven't bought a third eye. I'm still waiting for it. They haven't developed it yet. But I think I have a psychic sense of a third eye in the formation. Well, I just look deep into my mind and I can tell we're screwed. Long term. I mean, we're killing off the beautiful planet. We're letting our nation literally wander aimlessly with its foreign policy of promotion of forced democracy around the world without providing any real help around the world, like this great food aid idea. Yeah. No, I think there is a possibility that there's such a thing as a third eye. The Illuminati doesn't own a third eye, dude. That's like saying the Illuminati believes in Lucifer, therefore they believe in God. I'm sorry, but God has nothing to do with Lucifer. Right. You're confused, just like they are. Is it possible we're run by a world of confused elitists, inbred elitists? Yes.
I'm giving away a MacBook. All you have to do is be subscribed to my channel and turn on my notifications, and you're automatically entered to win. So do it now before the video starts. Just in the grass, I found a gun. Okay. It's like a police gun.
Oh, this is a prank. Yeah, a lot of these things are made for TV, painting out cops like there's some sort of, I don't buy into a lot of these fake cop shows. Well, if you don't believe you have a third eye, then don't worry about it. I'm not trying to pitch, third eye at anybody. I mean, come on. It's not like we need a third eye. I mean, if you want one, you can have one, but the new progressives want to destroy the family unit with homosexuality and fornication. I agree. That's why we don't openly embrace the LGBTQ movement here, Mad Dog. And I know you Republicans wonder why Donald Trump is so into trannies and why he invited Caitlyn Jenner to the inauguration. Yeah, a lot of you people are wondering why Donald Trump hasn't talked about his infidelity with Stormy Daniels. Never made a public statement about, doing her while being married and having a little son. Yeah, apparently you don't want to discuss that stuff, so. You're pitching a tent with your third eye? That's cool. But Trump is, he's afraid to, old Bernie is about as perverted as it gets. Yeah. Let's not forget old Bernie. Speaking of perverts, let's talk about Henry Kissinger for a while.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about why you called Henry Kissinger in the day you fired James Comey.
Mr. President, it is very clear that you need my presence. After all, I was Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. Oh, Henry, thank you so much for coming to my aid. I just heard from the Russian oligarchs that I have to continue firing people that are investigating me. It is possibly what is needed because our Zionist friends have both agreed that it is necessary to maintain your presence as a dictator in America. Oh, thank you very much, Henry. I appreciate you. Appreciate the fact that I appreciate you.
So what is really going on here is kind of like a love fest to cover up a major faux pas. Donald Trump fires James Comey just to get rid of the Russian investigation. That's the primary goal. That's called obstruction of justice. And then Henry comes in to smooth things out about Syria. David, how do you feel when there are money-driven campaigns? All these people get out of it are horrible choices. No one has balls to vote a third party. How do I feel about that? Well, I think that it's up to you to either donate to a campaign that is going to stop that, or come up with a way to navigate around it by getting us on the ballot, or just consign to the fact that you have no choice. I know many people would want to vote third party. I agree. Bernie is co-opting any third-party efforts by pretending to be independent when Bernie Sanders is just a greedy pig. He's no way a person who's going to help Democratic Socialists advance. Yeah, this man, Bernie Sanders, is he's off the wall. When he wrote in a Vermont newspaper that he said, and I quote, "A woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously." Then we found out that right around the same time he made this quote, he went to a commune. And instead of spending time with working in the fields and helping grow things, they said he was the laziest man they'd ever seen, and that he spent all his time talking to women about childbirth. Now, if that isn't some sort of a weird hardcore fetishist for a guy who's into pregnant women, I don't know what is. I mean, they said he wouldn't work at the commune. He didn't do a damn thing. Now, I researched this guy, and I found out that he is, in fact, a man who didn't work until he was 45 years old. He never had a job. And then I did some more research, found out that he liked to eat out of his neighbors' refrigerators and take their good food, and they'd frequently have to deal with that, him stealing their good food out of the refrigerator. This guy is unbelievable. And now he makes $2.3 million on book signing deals and acts like he cares about Wall Street and has never articulated a plan to get us out of Wall Street, all the excesses that are currently taking place. Now, I'm going to replace everybody on the SEC the first term. I'm going to make sure that we have all new blood, especially people who are watchdog people in the Wall Street sector who are trying to prevent insider trading. Obama didn't replace anybody on the SEC his first term. I will replace everybody on the SEC, and Bernie doesn't even talk about it. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Henry Kissinger in the New World Order continues to power up campaigns like Clinton and Trump and, of course, Obama. This guy's been in every single administration since Richard Nixon when he ordered the bombing of 100,000 Cambodians for no reason. He was the guy in charge of our Secretary of State at the time when we took out innocent people with jets. And you want to look at this guy as a gleaming example of democracy or whatever? He's the henchman of the New World Order. This man is not the kind of man you want to confer with, and Donald Trump showed his true colors when he did. He is essentially a puppet of the New World Order, Donald is. And Henry's working with other people like Putin. People are stealing my ideas left and right. You guys can know about me and tell people about me. That's all I can hope for right now. Because I'm censored on the mainstream media. Yeah, he looks a little Roger Stone-ish, yeah. Because I'm censored on the mainstream media, your chance of speaking out about me is greater than my chance of being aired by the mainstream media. So please, continue talking about this third-party effort and how we're censored in America. We're going to stop the New World Order with this third party, and I assure you, I'm not going to be bought off. That's not something I ever plan on doing in my life. I would die first. You're smoking a big J, huh? Good for you. But when you kick back and look at the corruption in our country and just say, wow, these people really are, they think they can pull the wool over the American people's eyes on a daily basis. You know what Henry Kissinger wrote one time? He said this: military men are dumb, stupid animals. This is a Henry Kissinger quote. Speaking of, some of you fought World War II. He didn't see any time. Kissinger didn't see any time. He didn't see any hard time like my father did. My father slept among dead bodies, fighting for America against the Japanese. This man never served any hardcore time. My father was not a stupid animal. He fought 3 tours of duty to save this nation, and this scumbag, Henry Kissinger, thinks that he can just air his views like this and not pay the price? Well, I'm sorry, dude, but the internet doesn't forget. And you should have been tried for war crimes a long, long time ago. It's crazy how he got away with this. Being a U.S. Army translator in World War II is about as dangerous as walking around with a butt plug up your ass, in a WCO event. It's not dangerous. David, mute if you're asking. I'm gay, but it's sexual harm. Oh, well, Zito, we don't mute Mad Dog. He can openly ask you, but you just don't have to tell him. Yeah, but even if you are telling him, you're not going to be persecuted for being gay here. Yeah, I don't believe in persecuting people who are gay. Donald Trump is the person who's he's all over the place. He won't let transgenders be in the military. I mean, how ridiculous is that? And by the way, the number is now up to $505 per month because Kamala Harris is stealing my idea at $500 per month. So as we move toward an election in 2020, I will be upping it unless she matches me at $505. I'll up it to $510. It's not bannable to ask if you're gay. It's bannable if you're offended by it. Yeah. Are you offended by it? Are you offended by being asked if you're gay? Are you not offended? Okay. It's your choice. He's offended by his own gayness? Well, I can't help you there. That's something you need to accept. Like, John Travolta should openly accept his homosexuality. I mean, you know, that's something I think he has to embrace. Does this turn you on? Does this picture turn you on? Any of you, press 1 if it does. See, nobody's been turned on by this picture. That means most of you are either not into civil servants touching your genitals, or you really don't think it's that big of a deal to have your crotch examined by a TSA agent, or you're not gay, or maybe you are gay and even that doesn't turn you on. So there's an answer to the question, but not one person, for the record, was turned on by this image. Now, this is a photograph of me with brown hair, taken many years ago when I was being harassed by the... Yes. I'm kidding. It's not me. It could be me, though, when you think about it. It's just like... Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Get your hands off my body. Get your hands off my junk, buddy. It could be me. Could be any one of us. No. So I think this is an abuse. I think this is an outright violation of this man's Fourth Amendment rights to privacy. It's wrong. It's inherently wrong. I just don't think that this is appropriate behavior that should go on at our airports, especially with, you know, people watching. I don't think so. I think this man is deeply offended, and the fact that he has an earring in his left ear doesn't imply that he's gay. You know, is that an earring he's wearing? Could be. I don't know. Just a strange and odd ear. I just think it's wrong. I don't really want people to be harassed by the TSA, so I will be outlawing the TSA. One of my presidential orders will be to rule out having more TSA agents, phase them out, and bring on National Guard men and women who are plain clothes to do this job and not touch their junk. We have magnetic scanners, and we'll have detectors that will pick up on any gunpowder residue. We'll know if an explosive is in your pants, or you're just happy to see me. We'll know that. All right. No, and in fact, we're going to have a safer airport because we're going to take all the rapid scanners that are in our country right now that are causing you to be, molested while you're walking through the airport. These things that some people said earlier, what about kids? Are they looking at naked bodies of kids when they go through there? Apparently so. Yeah. This will be a thing of the past when I become president. I'm outlawing rapid scanner use on humans. They'll only be able to use it on luggage and androids or robots. No humans will be touched with rapid scanners. It has been proven that this alters the DNA of your body. And I will not allow the endangerment of the American people in these airports with these rapid scanners. So it won't happen overnight, but I will be phasing out rapid scanners' use on humans, and we will put it on luggage. Now, right now, not all of our luggage is being scanned. And I don't want to tell you the percentage because it's scary. But we will have 100% of our luggage scanned with rapid scanners to determine if any plastic or explosives or any kind of weapons are being transferred through your airplane luggage. And you'll be able to find a really effective way to safeguard your own personal bags when we expand the online carrying capacity of your airplane. Right. If you happen to be flying on the blimp plane, you'll be able to carry 2 over the bag carriers on board the blimp plane. We'll have plenty of storage because we're opening up a lot of the blimp plane to people who want to travel and take their time and enjoy their trips. One of the problems they're finding is people aren't enjoying their flights, crammed like sardines in chairs where they're doomed to die from a major crash. So I came up with a wonderful idea to get people from point A to point B at 85% fuel reductions. You see, the amount of energy taken to get a plane up in the air virtually costs 85% of the cost of the plane's trip right there, just getting it up in the air. Now, these cargo planes will have an entire sector inside. These are 2 levels. These will be 747 fuselages, which will have 2 levels that we can build like an entire sector of sleepers. The sleepers will be areas where you can, sleep inside. You'll be able to have ample sleepage down below too. Remember, there's 2 levels in these 747s that we can utilize. But sleepers are the kind of things you get at the Tokyo airport. They're about 3 times larger than a coffin, but you can sleep in them. And they'll have TV sets. Those will be a little bit more expensive. Those won't be $100 to go from LA to New York. Those will be theoretically, 200 or something like that. A little bit more than double. But you will have a chair that we can pull out of our Amtrak systems that will be placed in these vehicles that are sleeper chairs that people can sleep on Amtraks right now. And for $100, you can fly from LA to New York, no problem. Now, the nice thing about this is back in the rear of the plane will be a vape lounge. So if you're wondering, this area right here will be a large vape lounge, which people will have recycled air that is that you can vape in, actually filtered air, and all of the air from that goes out the back end. Any of the air in the main portion of the plane will be also filtered and will have no contamination whatsoever with THC or any vape. That you don't want to have nicotine vape or THC vape in this sector of the plane. We also have the possibility that the entire outer fuselage of the blimp apparatus can be a blimp parachute. There's talk of turning the exoskeleton into an actual parachute. So it could open up right here, theoretically, and have lanyards that would be tied, large tensile strength steel, be tied to the inner ribbing of the actual exoskeleton, which could be made out of graphene or carbon fiber. The exterior of it could be made from Kevlar and covered with a hydrophobic material which will be completely free of any friction whatsoever. So as it flies through the air, it displaces air, but doesn't have friction with air. And won't ever have to be cleaned because it'll virtually be dust-free. I mean, we may have to spray it off once in a while, but most likely not. It's called the blimp plane. And the blimp plane is something that I will be using as we move forward to 2020. This is way better than anything Ocasio-Cortez could come up with, because they're coming up with an idea of a general statement that we want a green agenda. We've got nothing but green ideas at America's Third Party. We don't have to have a green deal with the American people. And every one of these ideas is rooted in low-cost taxes to you. We're not going to use any more taxes from our current tax base. We're going to draw money from existing taxes, just reapportioned in better places. For instance, we don't need for private prison business erupting in America. We've got profiteering going on in our prison systems for profit private prisons. We don't need to fund that. We currently give $55 billion to private prisons. Why? Why don't we just release low-level drug offenders and reduce the load on our prisons and save $55 billion right there? No, Kevlar isn't heavy at all if it's not treated with heavy fiberglass. Kevlar is actually a very light material. But if we spray it with a type of layering and multiple layering of Kevlar with a minimal weight product that's actually lighter than fiberglass, it will do the same job as Kevlar with fiberglass. Remember, Kevlar is just a fabric. You can order it online. Yeah, typically, Typically, you could go to eBay right now and find Kevlar and sheets of it. Wait a second, this is the parents of 13 plead guilty to. No, that was last week's story. No, I've still got Sloopy in the mix. I play Sloopy late at night. It's not puncture-proof per se, but it could be. You know, the thing about hydrogen, Honda did a test on aluminum hydrogen containers that hold liquid hydrogen. And Honda found out that they actually took bullet holes and they didn't even blow up. Aluminum tanks of hydrogen don't blow up. So we'll have a lot of testing phases to make sure that a gunshot to an outer layer won't blow up, but yeah. Here's 12 sheets of Kevlar fabric. 10 by 12 inches in size, this big. 12 sheets for only $36. Now you can layer that Kevlar, that's what it looks like. That's regular, this is ballistic Kevlar, so it's a lot tougher. Yeah, this is ballistic Kevlar. This is very, very functional, but look at how tight it is. Whereas regular Kevlar is not tight. So you're getting ballistic Kevlar for 10 by 12, 12 sheets for $36. That's not that expensive. So think about it. Then you have to add fiberglass, and that's when the layering takes place. Okay, so we found out something this past week. We found out that our tablets and phones have actual capacitors in them that have the ability to be hacked into when your batteries are not being utilized. Yeah, microcode injection entails a backdoor. Yeah, malicious code could go in. This is a separate subject. Right. Microcode injectors, this is the story I want to get to. Yeah, you don't do the Intel microcode? Well, that's my concern, is that there's all kinds of malicious backdoors to the microcode that they're implementing. Intel CPUs really do have a secret 3G chip, though. And this story really kind of went, I did some deep reading on the EDL supercapacitors that can function in the CMOS mode. Batteries in smartphones and tablets can be activated. So not only is there a battery in your smartphone or tablet, there's also an EDL supercapacitor which can be turned on when your battery's not activated, which means that they literally can turn your phone on when it's off. Okay, now we get to meet Riley Roberts, Ocasio-Cortez's boyfriend. Here he is. Oops, sorry. No, wrong one. Whoop, no, got that one. Yep, there he is. Riley Roberts, Ocasio-Cortez's boyfriend. There he is. So this is the guy she's dating, and apparently they're a perfect match, you know? Good for them. I'm glad they found each other. It's always nice to know that two people of like intelligence, you know, reach out and find each other. Don't they make a cute couple, really, when you think about it? You know, not that that's her, but that's her. I don't have a picture of her right now. Aftermarket's car sound systems have capacitors so that the subwoofers don't drain the battery and destroy the alternator. Exactly. So they got battery power in your tablet when you shut the thing off, and they can turn it on anytime they want. Listen to you. It seems very suspicious, doesn't it? I know. Just having a phone that does that, it's like, really? Is my phone really off? Do I really know for sure that it's not being tapped into and they're listening to anyone?
Pull the battery.
Yeah, you got to pull. Well, even
if you pull the battery, you're not sure if you really pulled the battery because
the EDL supercapacitor could be activated by remote locations. This type of Wi-Fi hacking has been done before. You know that your Wi-Fi system in your house can be used by the NSA to determine your location in your room. Believe it or not, your Wi-Fi signals, ping every few seconds. And when it pings, it has a response. And that can be measured on their end. If somebody were to hack into your Wi-Fi system, and most of our Wi-Fi systems were corrupted with Russian chips that were actually accessible, they found a lot of our Wi-Fi information out there that we've known that this hack occurred. So theoretically, anyone in Moscow could be listening to your conversations and tracking your movements in your house. Well, you can turn your Wi-Fi off and then they wouldn't be able to use it. But if they hacked into your Wi-Fi, and they're fairly hackable, unless you changed your password from the factory, which most people don't, they can find out where you are located, kind of like echolocation, sonar. Simply because your Wi-Fi is sending signals and it's bouncing off bodies. And it's sending a signal back to the machine and a receiving signal. It's no different than a PET scan. I mean, when you think about it. No, I will not use Kaspersky Computer Security. When I first got it in 1997, that was the first year they came out, or 1998. They actually had had written codes so that it expired in 1 year, and they didn't tell you that on the package. And now we're finding out Kaspersky's been using spyware uploaded to your computer when they claim they're protecting you. So yeah, we've got a lot of problems. You notice that case against Kaspersky never went anywhere. That's because I think we're dealing with Russian-controlled, Zionist-controlled oligarchs working with our own government and our own top secret people. Well, let's face it, we had a Russian agent, Michael Flynn, working as our national security advisor for 24 days. And they even tried to broker a deal to sell nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia. You don't think that would raise a huge concern? I mean, I don't know what the FBI and the NSA is doing right now, but they're allowing Russia to involve themselves in our government elections. Why are they getting a pass? I don't get this. We've got a death threat here, see? Hey, I'm going to copy that, and that goes in the records, and the NSA can access your IP. So I'm adding it to my note file, and you know, just a question of we date stamped it too. So this is right, 23.19, right? Yeah. And the time of day is measured at 8:44 Pacific time. We can locate your IP at that time. We don't do it now. I don't track you now, but at that time, within a year and a half of this time, you can be actually traced to your IP. Now, if you're using a VPN, that VPN is trackable as well, because remember, most of the VPNs in the world are owned by the NSA. So even if you think you're in stealth mode or you're somehow evading detection, we know who you are, Charles. All right. Great. No, there's no such thing as stealth mode on a computer, you're right. And we can trace you and your VPNs to their origin. I mean, I don't know why people continue to commit death threats. Every one of these death threats is a 25-year prison sentence. Thank you, sir.
Wow. Buy and hold investing. Wow. I don't know, Captain Howdy, if that's why, if you were muted, but, or if that's why you were muted. Wow. You want David to do his stream in VR? What, like, so he's wearing virtual reality glasses? How will that help David stream? Oh, VR. Watch VR demo with VR. Oh, is this a VR? Oh, this is the VR camera. Stereoscopic webcam for virtual reality. That is kind of cool. That is an interesting idea. I think a blimp flies and a plane flies, so sure, a blimp plane could fly. Alright, David could be the first virtual reality broadcaster. I don't like spraying my face with water or anything, so I don't use David's enzyme mist. Oh, Captain Howdy, oh god, that's why you're muted. References to men wanting women and just that. Having time is the most important thing. Oh, okay. I'm reading about an investor on Forbes magazine. He does like to call it interactive chat. It would take things to the next level he needed to become president. I just wonder, can you do it? You can watch it with video, and you could watch it with the virtual reality glasses and without them. Yeah, all the people watching with VR headsets without live streams to watch, you could conquer that niche. That's a good idea. I don't know, Steve-O. Steve-O. Thanks for sharing, Captain Howdy. Am I freezing? Physically cold, or I was just not talking. Sometimes I do that, which I know is not a good idea, but sometimes I do that where I stop talking for a little bit. Anyway. Oh, am I cold? A little bit, maybe. Aerodynamically, the blimp and the plane are the exact opposite of each other. One floats, and one uses the properties of the wing, and you think those negate each other? I can turn on the heat when I want. You watched a beautiful woman in virtual reality and you can't get her out of her mind now. Wow, that's pretty cool. That could be David once he has virtual reality. Whoa, your brain treated the experience as if it were real. Wow. Interesting. That's my mom did a virtual reality thing with. She was saying that I've never actually experienced that virtual reality thing, but that's pretty cool. I've done some 3D shows, but which were very cool. It had something, the virtual reality my mom did had something about an ocean scene, she said, where you're like swimming with dolphins or something like that. Oh, maybe that's the experience Ghost had. Was it a Japanese virtual waifu reality game on Steam? She calls you master and bows and always has food for you. Oh yeah, strap it to Amber's head and let her experience virtual reality from a cat's perspective. It's pretty interesting. They have a working developer's version of the camera now. They have several improvements planned. So wait, that was back in 2016 and the website hasn't been developed since then? So what have they been doing for the last 2.5 years? Oh, there's a thing they did with rats and they learned that rats were dreaming of cheese and food. And rats do not chase laser pointers where cats do. Sure, I'll open it and we can add it to the watch list and then David. There, it's in the watch list, so he'll be playing the watch list, Anita. The centers of the brain associated with eating lit up when the rats dreamt. Wow. Virtual reality headset. Huh. Wow. So how do they know that you say the world, what? HIV Plus magazine, the world's first HIV resistant babies were created in China. Using CRISPR. So if you watch it with 3D glasses, it's a completely different experience, or not 3D, but virtual reality glasses. That's a good idea. I don't think you can get AIDS in virtual reality unless you're exchanging bodily fluids. Oh, that's actually a pretty interesting idea, yeah. Glider rocket train. David and I met in a chat room way back when chat rooms didn't have video. Well, we could start with, with the glider rocket train. You could start with the maglev kind of thing. It was kind of like that. It was called VP Excite. It was from excite.com way back in the day. I don't know. Maybe we like chat rooms because that's where we first met. Maybe we're comfortable with them because that's where we first met. Maybe that's true. Okay, thanks, Captain Howdy. Any way to invest in that now so I can do time travel? Captain Howdy is saying that they say time travel will be available to the public by 2028. No, probably not XTX. Wow. The person that you met, so you met the person and you finally met the person you were talking to, but you didn't arrange to meet them. It was like by circumstance you met them. Why would he be 432? I don't know why he would be. Top secret time travel. There are forms of time travel. You can only go forward. Why would they want to go forward? Can you come back once you go forward? Forward and back with time travel. That's a good point, Dr. Mill. Do you think that's what they're trying to do? Tesla's trying to do, or not Tesla, but Musk is trying to do with his tube train or whatever he calls it. Water freeze ice. Wow. You just happen to bump into her. It's a small world, Misanthropy. Wow. Guess you both like the same concert, huh? Same music. Oh. I didn't realize the Hyperloop was a massive tube. You know, it's... At least you had the internet when you were 12. I didn't. There's no, like... Could you re-find that person? Because I don't think I could find certain people that I knew when I was growing up. Like, actually, nobody that I knew when I was under 18, I don't think I could find any of them anymore. I haven't Googled all of them, but especially if they have like a common name, because back then people changed their phone numbers all the time. Now I've had the same phone number now longer than I've ever had the same phone number in my entire life before. It's just, there was no Facebook, so I couldn't like watch people or whatever. It's just, yeah, so interesting when you lose track of people and then you can never find them. Oh, the pictures. Yeah, when people use other people's pictures and impersonate them on the computer, that's not good. You always do what? Oh, you use other people's pictures because you feel like you're too ugly to show your own pictures? I'm sorry. It's, I'm sorry. I'm glad I just was able to use my own pictures, and when I saw David's picture, I was, after talking to him for a while, and then I saw his picture, I said, well, if he actually looks like his picture and he's not, using someone else's picture, everything will be just fine. And he was using his own picture. I feel like this cheek feels inflamed or something. Facebook didn't like your profile picture? Okay. That's a good one, Scunnard. You're talking about me, Bill. This broad. Wow, okay. People are more stuck up today, yeah. We met online. He came to find me. Yes, he came to visit me. He came a long way to visit me. Drove a long way and flew and did whatever he had to do to come visit me a few different times. We had like a long distance relationship. For like 8 or 9 months, and then happiness ever after that. Well, relationships take work, so it's not all beautiful roses, but mostly beautiful roses. Internet memories are more pervading than real life memories. Oh, there's going to be a point where you have to counter the Earth's rotation. So back then it wasn't like people didn't dox people the way they do these days, Captain Howdy. So, we met in a public area. And then I think the next day we met in a public area too. Maybe the next day I might have, once I met him and I was like, oh, he's an okay person, then I invited him to my house where I lived with other people. At the time I lived with my family, so. So sad, Ghost. All right. Yes, you're right. It was a public area. It was my pizza job. Yeah. He didn't have a wig at the time. He didn't own any wigs. Well, that I know of. But I'm sure he would do impersonations. David's always done great voices.
Yeah, I have a couple wigs here.
Yes, Misanthropy, you know my history very well. What did Dave wear when he first showed up?
I wore my outfit.
Just like jeans and a
Shirt,
shirt,
or something, yeah.
I think.
She didn't see any of my wires or circuit board.
Yeah. You collect masks. David started collecting wigs after he started the show, I would say. After people started commenting on his hair, and you know, people are so superficial on the online, so I think that's it. Yeah, you know a lot of David's memories, the good ones, the bad ones. It's like you guys know us really well. It's kind of eerie. But it's good. Thanks, Bill. We are a cute couple. Well, you know, gotta make updates. That's what Ghosts is for. I love it. Color blocked. Thanks, Just a Pug. I do care very much about our country and very much about people. Your brain has a David section where you keep David memories. So Anita, does your pain subside when you move? I think that was his phone number that was blocked, Captain Howdy. I'm not pregnant. So you're calling us from another number? I don't want to accept your call, so I'm just going to turn it off. Well, he didn't say his name was Howie. Whoa, I'm so sorry, Anita. That is a horrible feeling. Have you gotten the tumor removed? Has a doctor said you have a tumor?
So we have the phone ready for blocking if needed.
I just blocked somebody. Well, like that's
Just now he did. Yeah.
Why is that like?
Oh, it's this thing right here, I think. Maybe not. No. Okay, we're good.
What is that? Is it that?
Yeah, it's that. It's just right here. See?
Oh, I see.
It's a very fine line of demarcation. There we go. It's the camera touching the top of the laptop or the monitor. Yeah, so I don't do impersonations for her family or anything. I'm not a person who... I've never wanted to pursue comedy.
Ghost, did you have like a... what's that word? A mind... near-death experience?
What happened, Ghost? Some words of comfort for Antita.
Anita, there is something after this. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I have been there.
Wow.
You were dead for 20 minutes?
Ghost was dead for 20 minutes, folks. You're not the last person,
oh my goodness,
or the first person that said that. I met a guy. Remember that guy I knew who had said he was dead for 6 minutes?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're alive.
Yeah, thank you for coming back. Oh, it was a suicide attempt? Bummer. Well, we're glad you're here. I mean, we would never have had you if you had taken your life. And you're a big part of our show now. Thank you.
Welcome back. Anita, has the doctors done anything for you? You said you claim you think you have a tumor.
What? No, she thinks that. The doctors are still finding out about her endometriosis. She has a long-term problem that can be managed, according to experts. Oh, wow. Well, we can keep you from the room by banning you here, but you can try calling me, but we can block your number very easily on our phone. We picked up a new phone system so we can hit the block button. Sarah sleeps in the evening. I sleep in the later evening, more early morning. You know, because I stay up late so we can reach the Asian markets. And before the Asian trading session starts, we're up, you know. And I have to call my broker at that hour anyway, so since I don't invest, it's very difficult.
I should have started investing.
Why? What's the point? I mean,
I want to do this buy and hold investing. That's
but why even invest when all you need is food in the cupboard? You know.
You can invest in food, and I want to invest in whatever.
All right, whatever. Well, she wants to have certain savings, and I think it's respectable.
Good night. Thanks for hanging and talking with us. I should sleep more. I was reading an article that says, you know, especially if you're a business person, like businesses, I mean, basically that sleep helps you make better decisions.
It does. Yep. And they say
I woke up early today, but then I took a nap.
Yeah, you should take a nap if you feel sleepy, but they say that learning doesn't even start till 10 in the morning, even for kids. A study was done in Finland recently that education really begins at 10 in the morning based on our biological clock. It takes from 8 to 10 to get normalized.
Oh, good thing I just let it be until 10, and that's when we do our major learning.
Really, that's exactly how a classroom should be. It should be kind of a meet and greet and kind of mellow out and get ready for learning. And 10 o'clock in the morning from 10 to 12 is really your strongest learning time. And then in the afternoon, after you've had a little digestion, from 2 to 4 or 2 to 3:30. 1:30 to 3:30, I think, is a good learning period. And then probably
20 minutes enough for digestion. They get recess after.
Assuming you're not eating food that's going to, knock you out, make you go to sleep, just a light lunch.
They have really good things. Like this week, they have this thing called Taste of Washington, where they bring in food from local farms and have the kids taste it.
Really? Wow.
And earlier this year, they had apples one month, apple
pandowdies,
apple crisp, and then they did beets one month. Wow. And then this month was squash. I think it was butternut squash.
That's pretty good.
And they added a little maple syrup to it.
And they have a sign that says Taste of Washington next to it?
Well, no, but they had, I don't know, they put it in their bulletin or something, and then they had little cups that anybody could taste it. And then they add it to the salad bar.
Wow, that's pretty good. I like it. So. David, do you think it's sad that stores like Kmart, Sears, and JCPenney have closed down? Yeah, we're all suffering quite a bit. People like Trump are liquidators, and Mitt Romney are liquidators. They don't understand what it's like to be a consumer and no longer have a place to go shopping. I mean, we need leaders that understand the downside of this shrinking consumer retail sector. Now, Sarah, you're a big proponent of the online purchasing, and you don't really care too much about the fact that JCPenney's and Kmart are closing down. Is that your position?
Yeah, I believe in just-in-time technology. So if I need a particular thing, instead of having a whole store full of clothes that no one needs, I'd rather have, or whatever that nobody needs, I'd rather have the materials created as people need them. So actually, I am a proponent of online retail.
Okay, great. Well, a lot of people are not shopping. We had an interesting discussion last week about, I was trying to revive the shopping malls in America because I think they're great, could be great meeting places, dance halls, consumer exchange, barter places. And Sarah kind of went off on her view of how retail is really the future. And people aren't going to go shopping.
Online retail is the future because I don't think a store full of tchotchkes is necessary, but I'm a minimalist. So, I mean, I meet my friends. So I have 2 friends that have recently moved in the last year, or actually one is in the process of moving. 4 friends, my sister moved. All these people move, or I have other people who have retired after many years of teaching, and people just collect so much stuff. I mean, stuff that they don't even need, and it just sits there.
True.
Collecting dust. And I'm a real believer. So whenever I meet these people and then see how then they have to clean up to move on to a different point in their life. Or I had another friend who passed away. Oh my goodness, passed away this year. And one of the last things she was talking about is how she had to move a whole bunch of stuff in a classroom.
Yeah.
And
that makes you
and
think.
then she went on winter break and passed away. And it just made me realize the only way to live so I don't have to be in that situation is not collect this stuff in the first place.
Right. That makes total sense, not collecting it in the first place. My thought, though, was, we went shopping today at a thrift store in my area.
And I love shopping at thrift stores. Yeah.
So I'm thinking thrift stores and barter and swap meet kind of environments in our kiosk area in malls. And it urged malls to, or at least buy malls and rent spaces out cheaper than we have. Because right now, it's impossible to make $3,000 rent money on retail in malls.
Yeah.
We need $1,000 rent, and people could have the option of sleeping in their retail store.
You would think that the
really,
owners of malls would determine, basically market demands.
You'd think.
You would think.
But they don't. They keep it empty in America, and that's the problem.
So then they can keep it empty and not. Yeah.
Well, I'm urging thrift store growth. Now, our Restore in our area gets $45,000 in income every month. That's phenomenal. We live in a Navy town, so thank you, Sarah.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. She came in and helped out quite a bit. Thank you. You're getting a new laptop. You want to talk to someone in a store that knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've had a lot of success with people at Best Buy. Even though at the low level, they're pretty knowledgeable. I love going into Best Buy and picking their brain on what they know. And I've met some people at Best Buy that probably could be, top tech people at many major corporations. They're so into it. So, we don't do kisses on screen. Yeah, there's been a rule ever since that half-second leak from Niagara Falls came out. Nobody got a copy of it, luckily. But we don't kiss online. No, nothing online, simply because those are, valuable moments that we can't possibly share with you. Otherwise, we'd have to monetize it, and that would be very expensive. No, not at all. I'm just waiting I'm going to kick you for that. I'm just waiting for a real opportunity to have Annie Leibovitz, the famous photographer who photographed John Lennon and Yoko Ono, have her take our photograph kissing as our first online kiss. I think that would be very special.
Our first online kiss would be if we were getting married, I guess.
Yeah, and Annie Leibovitz could be there as as of course the most famous photographer in the world. Yeah, Annie her work is well renowned, and I don't see any reason why she can't come into the show. In fact, I would like to go dressed as Annie Leibovitz in the wedding, just so I look just like her, So there wouldn't be a noticeable difference between the two of us. So it'd be hard to find out if this is Annie or is that David. Yeah, I'm not saying I want to do this in drag, but let's face it, she and I look alike. No, it's not working. I I can't quite get that nose. Anyway, I know. The idiot there was like, that won't be good for gaming. You can even run League of Legends on it. And I was like, I wasn't planning on playing that. I wanted it for emulation. And he obviously didn't know you were a Linux supporter, Misanthropy. You should go around whenever you go to shops or Best Buys, have on your, they should make headbands, Linux user. The Vatican? Hello. I can't come to the Vatican. I told you that. The only way I would go to the Vatican is if I were chosen as the new Pope. A president wouldn't be voted in a single... I don't think... I'm trying to breed positive thinking and hope, though. But guess 432 is stating the obvious. Nobody's ever going to vote for you. Yeah. But we can hope that an average American who is honest could be your president, can't we? But you go ahead and bend over and grease up and grab your ankles and wait to get screwed royally by the next Democrat or Republican. The shirt is clean. You're looking at a slight yellowing due to the tinting that you requested based on the coloration of my face. No. We're going to block you. Can't you people be normal? Just for a change? Readjusting color input. Bringing up white tones. Hold please. Beep. Yeah, in order to bring my white balance up, I have to go a higher grade in. You see? It's like a complete change. Need I say more? Hey, Chad, dude, I want to not talk to you, man. He thinks he had a positive call last time. Is this better for you? I could go completely, without color completely. But yeah, see? You see how much better that is? See how much nicer and whiter the shirt is? Told you. See? David, I've been talking normal in chat, and you have been rude. Just ignoring me. Lots of favoritism in the chat. Best Buy is for idiots. Annie Leibovitz is way too expensive. You can get the results from some homeless guy with a beer and $5. Best Buy is for morons. The workers, they know nothing. At Best Buy, they are idiots. Well, I hope that gives you some attention. Anita says, Sponheim, you could get stores to be workshop. Ooh, I like that idea. Workshop areas for, they have that in our area for, people that like to do decoupage and a lot of people like to make their own cards and gifts. You'd be surprised how popular that is. Great idea, Anita. I'm going to go with your idea. In fact, some of our stores could be rented out for group gatherings. Like, let's all paint together. Or wouldn't it be great to do finger painting as a family? Now look at Anita, what she did today, or recently. She's working in watercolors, and she's really talented, I think. Yeah, you got an eye for things, I'll tell you. You certainly draw lizards well. A rainbow lizard, look at that. Inspired by, no doubt, your belief that the iguana in nature, it's called. That's really cool. Good job. Very good job. And in fact, you can honestly say you're now being seen by hundreds of millions of people, Anita. Yes. Look at Anita's work, everybody. Hundreds of millions of people are seeing your beautiful work. Thank you. See? We got her hooked up on Facebook. She was having a problem. She thought she'd be kicked off of all these networks. Okay, bonsai workshops, Anita, great idea. Bonsai workshops. This could be like a kiosk area for people selling wares, or it could be like, like the food court could be people selling their food. How many people love to cook? We could have a health care, or actually a health worker, a health department of health worker, go to the beach mall every day and check, make sure everything's looking good, and give you a temporary pass. That might be interesting. But we would definitely need a lot more people trading and bartering, and I think we've got the potential to do that. I think our economy can grow from within, because, like I said, she didn't tell you what we found today when we went to the thrift store, but I have got this incredible thrift store eye. I don't know what I call it, dealdar, like radar, but dealdar. And yeah, I'm gonna block you too. And the thing is, I tune in on some of the coolest things out there, and I found some things that she really liked. I'm not going to tell you what they are, because, no, not dildo. Dealdar. Jeez, what are you, retarded? Like chat, my chatdar is similar, but dealdar is like radar. And radar is, you know, like X-ray radar. Dealdar. I found her something that's worth like $150 for unbelievable $5. I mean, she didn't tell you what it was, because I think she was kind of, and she turned to me, she said, "You really do have an eye for things." I said, "Yeah, I know. I can't help it." I'm able to completely comb the fabric and measure the quantity and thread count of almost every item in the entire structure, locating the items of highest value. Watching the moon live, really? Are you gonna do that? Cool. We're watching the moon live. Well, you're doing pretty well. David, I paid $8 at a thrift store for a specialty tool and sold it for $100. Captain Howdy. The tool sells for around $400 at retail. You're amazing. You can do that with some of those like power tools. If you can get Snap-on tools at thrift store prices, they are very collectible. Yeah. But you can do amazing things at thrift stores now, and why not start trading in thrift store activity? Because remember, they're not producing a lot of new textiles with cotton. And really brand new cotton and brand new wool stuff is very rare now on the market. Being polyester made from oil factories in China and sweat camps is the going thing. It's just the rage. But if you are, this is a unique time in our history where you can pick up some really nice threads for a fraction of what you would have paid many, many years ago. Like I bought that for 50 cents. I bought that Pierre Balmain jacket. Remember that? No, we got you. We got the Pierre Balmain jacket. It's valued at $2,000 for only 50 cents. It's amazing. I show you that on Wednesdays if you want to check it out. I don't know if I'll be wearing it this Wednesday, though. I'm probably going to go kind of like in free mode. Yeah. Just decide where I'm going to go, where I'm going to wear. NASA has bases on Mars and the moon. Yeah, right, sure. Uh-huh. Okay, Laura Eisenhower, if you say so. Sure they do. Well, Laura Eisenhower thinks that there is a base on the moon, that somehow she was invited. I know, I'm glowing. That's what makes me so special, is that I'm blessed. We're all blessed, actually. We just have to realize it. Yeah, it's about letting in the light. Letting the light shine through you. These are not stains. This is called shadowing. This is like shadows. These are shadows. Nukushima. Color blocked. Not special in that gay way. That's how you think you're special? You're an abomination. Read the Bible, son, and you will know that you must repent for such evil. I'm sorry, did I say that? Yeah, well, there are a lot of people think that your gayness is some sort of a, aberration or a mutation or something. Oh, you're straight, really? I thought you were gay. She hates things that sprayed in her face. She does not like water or... Her worst encounter would be to have somebody put water in her, splash water if you're playing in a pool. She doesn't like that. And I don't blame her. Yeah. I'm not covering up any moon lies. The moon hoax is a joke. Yeah, perpetrated on the American people. When you look at the video taken of the moon landing, and you realize that this is some elaborate lie, one of the most incredibly weird and fake pictures is the alleged takeoff of the lunar module. 1975. It was, I believe it was the Apollo 17, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Apollo 17 as it's taking off. Very seriously messed up thing. Let's take a look. Hey, we should look at videos tonight because tonight's kind of a round robin of videos. Let's kick it off with the landing of the moon landing. Here we go.
Port stage, push. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro.
Get the pro.
99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector good. Ag thought.
Hola, Carrito. Hello.
Pitch over. Roger, you have good thrust. Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, I purposely muted that so that people who lip read will be laughing their head off because what I said was absolutely hilarious. I'm serious. I was... So if you believe that was the real moon landing, then you probably can be sold anything. We could probably sell you land on Mars or something. If you want land on Mars, you certainly can buy it. Maybe we should just go looking for land on Mars so all of us will have a special place in the future. Too loud? Sorry. David, if alien technology does not exist on Earth, such as space travel, then how do you explain the pyramids, the wall paintings showing space travel and aliens? Well, that's a good question. I have a theory, and it's rather involved, but it involves the time-space continuum. You see, aliens don't exist, we exist in the future. And the future has already been seen in the past. Now, I know that sounds odd, but take a look at the infinite universe, the galaxies and beyond. The world that Carl Sagan described as the infinite universe, look at how everything is elliptical. Time itself is elliptical. That is my point. And we are probably encountering our future beings when we encounter alien vessels. And much of the etchings in the ground in South America, much of the evidence that over 600,000 UFO sightings may very well be time travelers entering into our dimension in the time-space continuum. This is entirely possible. It's just as theoretically possible as the existence of aliens in the infinite universe. Your ideas are just as theoretical as mine. I mean, I can show you how the Earth, in its infinite elliptical pattern, which has been going on for eons, has this same pattern repeated throughout the infinite universe with many other galaxies and planets. So why would you flat-tards come into the show thinking that, oh no, the Earth is flat, Dave, and there's a dome over it? No, that's just the CIA making you think that the moon hoax is just one of the many things they lied to you about. You see, the NASA can't explain why shadows exist and why tripods exist and why flags move on the planet that we call the moon. Now, the Russians just determined that they believe the moon is within our atmosphere, and that goes completely with its rotation or lack of rotational status around the Earth. So what we have here is our world that we live in is what it is, and there's nothing you can do to change that fact. The question is, are we irradiating it with a band of energy that could veritably affect the magnetosphere and affect our climate? Is the action of chemtrails in the skies above us, floating in our air heavy metals, something that's not usual and not normal, especially over time? Is that what's creating a change in the magnetic north? Because it certainly seems like that's the most logical culprit. When I switch to alternative sunglasses, what prompts you? I am simply looking for the optimal amount of light to my retina. That is my primary goal in changing my sunglasses. But yeah, I mean, if we're going to look at the heavy metals they're dumping in the sky and the radio frequency patterns that are being pushed across our global networks with the 4G network and now soon to be the 5G and then on to the 6G, and no real studies done on its impact or interconnectivity with the sun and sunspot activities. Because we've seen, a recent anomaly we've seen in the past 10 years is the more we see radio frequencies and heavy metals in our atmosphere, the less we see sunspots. That's a significant fact, and that's something that I can prove. Now, there are a lot of things we can prove. We can prove these chemicals in the sky mixed with the radio frequencies and phased array radar can be used to create anomalies in the atmosphere, much like droughts in California, floods in Northern California, the possibility of hurricanes in Florida and Texas caused by this radio frequency stimulation of the atmosphere with heavy metals. So what's happening really is all described at chemtrailparty.com, a website that I created to help educate people and give people cross-linking to areas that they could find interesting. And their family members are all saying, "What do you mean, Dave? Everybody says I'm a whack job because I'm talking about the chemicals in the sky." Well, this is the dialogue we need to have. The Democrats won't talk about this. They'll call you a whack job. So, not to mention America's Third Party, but we have chemtrailparty.com because I just wanted the name because I thought it was cool. But I talk about toxic fumes with no peer-reviewed studies. I talk about oxygen depletion, blocking light for photosynthesis. You know, when chemicals are blocking the sunlight, oxygen is not produced. And then we talk about the possibility of weather warfare is going on where they're actually using this to control weather in various areas of the world, droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes. So I came up with this website so you can find out more, and we just added a brand new link right here that came from one of our viewers, TrueBlue18. And he gave me this link, and it's pretty cool. It's the government quietly admits to weather modification programs. And they've been talking about this in newspapers and acting like they're telling people what they're doing. Look at this. It's an actual newspaper in 2016 from LA Times saying they're going to be spraying you. Yeah, it says right here, County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works hereby gives notice of intention to conduct a weather modification program. And they're telling you in a newspaper like that's somehow going to make everything right. So this is a mass deception that's been going on. If you want to get more information, yeah, thank you. Go to, not the moon. Go to chemtrailparty.com and just click on one of the links. The links at the top, you'll see, have the discussion of, oh, there it is. Yeah, right here. Hit the link button. And that'll take you to a collection of 6 top links that'll give you all the information you'll ever want, leading to many more links on chemtrails. All right. Glad we could talk about chemtrails tonight. I just want to get the word out that they are artificially engineering climate change. And we have a president that doesn't even want to admit that climate change is happening. That's how out of it he is. Now, I'm a centrist. I'm a person who's right in the middle of the political spectrum, and I'm more than willing to, entertain ideas both on the left and the right at any given time. I'm not like Bernie. I'm not going to kick you out of the room because you're a right-winger who support the right to bear arms. But I do too care about the environment, and I certainly don't want to keep polluting. And I know a lot of you don't either. So we have to forge this new party because the two parties won't do it. They won't grow. They won't think. They won't think for themselves. Yes, ecstasy is a massive blend of acid, MDM, and a couple other boosters. You don't want to do ecstasy, man. If you want to experiment in something, just try a little medical grade marijuana. I mean, a dab will probably take your mind off things. Yeah, you shouldn't be messing with anything that's unnatural and not grown naturally. Yeah. I've even talked to some people, if we get 67% of the population to approve of testing for psilocybin, we'll certainly look at that as a legalization plan too. I know they're entertaining the idea in California or Arizona, one of those two. There's a plan to legalize psilocybin. But don't experiment with anything artificial. I met a young lady who, about 22 years old, who was with her father because she was drooling and walking into the wall. Yeah, she couldn't talk. She was completely psychotic and had virtually become that way because when she was 7 years old, her dad and mother were at a park in Hollywood, and they saw some kids playing, and she saw her go over by the swing set, and they were watching her, and she walked over to the kids, and they looked away for a second. They handed her, I think, 3 or 4 hits of acid and gave it to a little 7-year-old girl. Like 3 hits of acid. It fried her brain forever and ever. And her father was, he had to spend the rest of his life worrying about her. He probably still is worrying about her right now, and she's probably in an aftercare facility that he set up with a living trust or something. He was a very successful artist in Newport Beach. And he used to walk around with her, and I used to see her and him. And it was just so pathetic. I finally asked him, what happened to your daughter? And he explained to me what happened. It happens. I mean, don't experiment with acid. You don't know how your body's going to experience that. I knew a guy who took LSD, and he literally, I walked him down from a trip. I think he had purple microdot. I walked him down from a trip. It took me a day of communicating. I stayed up all night long with this guy to make him convinced that skeletons were not coming out in the elevator and attacking him. And they didn't have blood dripping from their hands, even though that's all he saw, were skeletons with blood dripping for like 20 hours. That's all he would look at. He just saw skeletons with blood dripping. Yeah. No, I've never tried any of the hard drugs. I refuse. I understand that the dangers are so severe. I've seen people personally in my life literally dragged into the dumpster, losing everything they ever had. I know one person I knew a long time ago, actually a relative of mine. I asked this person, why do you do drugs? And he said, well, he does it recreationally with his wife. It helps their sex. And I had to laugh. It's like, if you got to do drugs to help your sex life, that's pretty pathetic. But I'm not talking about Viagra. I mean, he literally thought he was doing drugs for recreation. You can't do drugs for recreation. They are highly addictive, and they will turn your life upside down. 6 months later, that person was living under a dumpster. And I'm not making that up. They were literally living under the flap of a dumpster 6 months later. Going from recreational drug use to living under a dumpster. So if you want to destroy your life, that's one fast track to do it, is hard drugs. I'm not really sure what the best PTSD therapy you're going to get, but I still contend that a regular use of vaping with THC is showing great promise in recreational use states. PTSD gets total relief. You see, cannabis, you guys are undervaluing the benefits, medicinal benefits of cannabis. I'm really shocked that you somehow think that hard drugs are something like that. No, cannabis is almost like an amazing secret that they didn't want anyone to know about all these years. Well, Bernie creeps out women too. I was telling people about Bernie earlier. But yeah, there was a lot of effort in the 1930s to make cannabis illegal simply because Randolph Hearst wanted to make money on lumber. And cannabis is a huge threat to lumber because you can make textiles and paper at 1/5 the cost of lumber. Pulp mills are not nearly as effective as hemp mills. Well, consequently, our country went in the wrong direction, and we didn't embrace hemp, and we didn't embrace cannabis, and we didn't see the benefits long term. It was a regular, they used cannabis as in marijuana as medicinal all the way up to 1940s. In the 1860s to the 1940s, they made it medicinal for some uses, but actually it was 1936, the Marijuana Stamp Act, I believe, passed, in which they made it illegal to use in a recreational way. And then doctors stopped being able to prescribe it in the late 40s, or early 40s, actually. No, nobody has, that's just a fear-mongering story from the USA Today. But you definitely could see a problem if you eat a lot of the edibles right away. Yeah, a young man leaps to death after eating a pot-laced cookie. We don't know if that was just pot, but if we can, the Republic of Congo has a lab that we can get it tested in, that would be great. But I'm going to call that right under the heading of hearsay. Yeah. And if you do try an edible, start really small and wait. Yeah, if you have like a brownie, don't eat the whole brownie. Eat like a small chip of it and see how you feel over about a 3 or 4 hour period. You don't want to eat the whole brownie at once. It can cause an irritable bladder or something, or irritable bowel syndrome. That's what happens. Yeah. I've heard people have reactions from edible brownies. No, I'm not sending any marijuana to anybody. No, I don't believe in the illegal use of marijuana. I have never grown it myself, and I don't plan on it because it is technically a federal crime to grow it right now. Yeah, 1956 people in the USA were still doing opium legal shops, really? What year was that? Opium? I think that lasted up through the 20s, didn't it? Opium? No, I don't consume any drugs, Frankie. No. Well, thank you for showing support, but just don't lie about me. I just purged you. I didn't mute you. From 1920 to 1956, there were opium stores selling legal opium in the United States. Wow, I did not know that. Oh yeah, I definitely would vape herb. Yeah, that's not a drug. That's an herb. Yeah, big difference. Drugs are like aspirin. Yeah, Vicodin, Oxycontin. Those are drugs. THC is simply is the chemical makeup of an herb called marijuana. Tetrahydrocannabinol is the chemical breakup. But they're finding huge benefits from CBD oil too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Hey, let's look a little bit about, we haven't talked about the problem that many of us might encounter if we encounter, say, a bright light out our window. Yeah, they might be using a directed energy weapon on you. So if that happens, there's no way out. Just close your eyes and wait to be fried. Okay? Thanks. This is exactly what the people of Paradise, California experienced when they encountered these beams of light coming from the ground. And if we want to ignore that, that's fine. But I think it's very applicable to talk about a little of it.
Check out the damage the New World Order is doing to California right now. Look at this. This was from 1 day ago. Look at the windshield in this truck that has been basically blasted through with an ion plasma cannon or something, and it caught the windshield on fire. When was the last time you ever saw this except these anomaly fires where they've been burning up California and all these other places? When will you wake up?
They thought they would be fairly safe from these fires.
Now, this is a tight-knit community. There's a lot of cul-de-sacs in this small pocket of homes, or large pocket of homes. Our anchors are asking, did you ever, think that a fire could come through this area at all? Because you're not directly up against the hillside.
So my brother-in-law said, we always knew a fire could come through, but we thought it would come through and come around us.
When was the last time you ever saw anything like that? Windshield burning. The windshield is...
Never thought this would happen because it hasn't. The houses have been here since 1960. Never happened before. Never. One house up at the very top, I think, was burned. But no, this has not happened. Your block has been devastated with this loss. I'm so sorry, Melanie. I'm glad your house is okay.
They had 1 hour notice before they found out they had to evacuate, and most of these houses they're destroyed.
Wow.
Take a look at this, and they were just watching from one side to the next.
It is.
Let me tell you, original owner in that house also, and it looks like it's been spared. I am so thankful. You know, these fires just jump the homes, and we're starting to see your other neighbor's house, or what's already caught on fire in the back. I can see that. Which one? This one? Yes, right here. The one that's a facade is still standing here in the front. If you're just tuning into Fox 11, we're on Kenrose Circle and Parkmore Road, the 5400 block. We're talking with, I'm sorry, what is your name? Melanie Turquant. Melanie has chosen to stay behind or to come back to try to protect her home. Her husband is actually up on the roof, as are many.
All right, we're gonna, this is, I could talk about this all night long, and it would be, I'm gonna try to check my library right now. There was an outage on 153news.net. I'm not sure, is that still going on, that outage? Let's take a look. I'm gonna access some of my 153 News sites. If you want to get to our link library, this is the link library right here. Yeah, and in it we have our 153news.net library. Let's take a look at what we have. Yeah, I'm going to go in there and see if I have any of those active videos. So these directed energy weapons are potential problems. You go to the magazine section here, and then there's 153 News. Let's see if I can find the most recent clip. Wait a second. What's happening? Oh my gosh. So all of 153news.net has been taken down. Did you see this, Scissor Fight? See if he's in the room. Wow. So it's still down if you are in the room. Yeah, it's happening. Right. We only have a few copies of these videos too. Wiped out. The entire site, all the 153 News links are gone. So what happened with 153 News? Exactly. We don't know. They've been totally knocked off. So all those videos that we were seeing are gone. Yeah, so we're going to have to put together some pretty good video libraries from the remaining. We had Stop the 5G, Dangers of 5G Exposed. The story of Vaxxed, vaccines not tested for safety since 1986. Okay. Let's take a look here. None of these sites are back up. Chemtrails, Dr. Deagle. None of these sites are flipping. Let's take a look. Yeah. I'm sorry, but 153news.net is down completely. The censorship is hardcore, man. What happened to that guy? We don't know. Who created the 153news.net, but it was one of the last standouts against the control of the world censorship that's happening. No. I'm telling you, the whole site's down. All right. Unbelievable. So we're going to have to regroup and figure out what's going on from our backup files. Now, luckily, I've got a few of them, like that one we just saw. But yeah, they don't want anyone to know about these things. They don't want anyone to find out that there were people recently who were saying that the NSA and the DHS was in Paradise months before the event happened, installing weird transmitters. And then when it did happen, it had 3,000 degree flames that swept through with blue lights attached to them. And we have some copies of that video. But wow. We're looking at gross amounts of censorship in our country right now. Yeah, this is exactly what Tesla developed, the death ray. Well, is 153 working for you? Okay, let me check it. Maybe it could be the browser itself. Let me try another one. But I'm going to try to open that up and get the browser to work. Not sure what's going on with that. You're scared, man? Really scared? Okay, you do that. Call your family and say goodbye. Just in advance. Well, they blocked me. I don't know how they did it, but I'm going to find out. Hang on. I don't like getting blocked. We're going into after time here. We're in the after show, everybody. I'm allocating time to figure this out. Thank you, Nukushima. Oh, believe me, I don't do that. No, I don't. I bet everything I see. No, I don't in any way take one. When I say things are happening, I don't take one word for it. I've had about 5 or 6 confirmations of anything before. It was a death ray. In fact, John Trump was the person who developed the death ray. The uncle of Donald Trump. He acquired all of Tesla's secret information. You can research this online in your own way. Yeah, he acquired all of Tesla's research and information and was able to piece it together. They acquired the storage unit in New York that Tesla had. And then they pieced a lot of this into, yeah, it's all there. No, I am completely dropped on 153news.net. I can't find it. I can't get it on any of my networks. Nothing. That is really weird. Yeah, I've been blocked from that channel. I don't believe any of you can get it either. You can try. Try to get this link right here. Let me just throw it out there. See if anybody can get this link right here. See if that comes up with an actual site. That's RFK talking about the vaccines and how they aren't tested properly. Well, what browser are you using, Captain Howdy? Go says it can't be reached. Well, I'm not running a VPN, but they definitely blocked my IP on that network. If you've never heard of it, it's always telling the truth. No, not at all. That's not what I said. That's incorrect. I have 5 or 6 confirmations on everything I say with accuracy. It's a Cloudflare issue due to a data power outage of the data center. So Mr. Howdy's lying. He can't get it either. Nobody can get it. So this is the story. And Scissor Fight, if you're listening, great. If not, that's okay too. 153 Newsnet, according to Meow TV, says it's a 593 Cloudflare error due to a power outage at a data center. So they knocked it down. We don't want to look at Mike Tyson smoking a blunt, okay? I don't think so. But we played Mike Tyson smoking a blunt last week. I don't know. Maybe they may have access to a mirror site due to their location, but that's, again, a stretch. It doesn't work for me. No, it doesn't work for you either. I know. I believe that maybe you're on a mirrored site. Well, could you copy all of those videos in my collection? Yeah, if you can go here for me, Captain Howdy. Yeah, copy every one of those in my collection on your hard drive. That's right. Thank you. I've got about 30 of the 153 clips. They're easy to download. Just click on them and hit the download button. Thank you. Appreciate it. We need a hard drive copy of that stuff. It's very important, especially if this is a malicious attack on the internet. Thank you. Yeah, it's downrightnow.com. It won't even play. I can't even get... Okay. Here we go. Website server status. Got it. Rate 153news.net. Server status. No response. Last down. Unknown. Website down. Yep. Numerous pings have happened and it cannot operate. Yep. Thank you. Okay. No comments yet, but 153 News has been attacked for obvious reasons. So the last thing they want to do is talk to you about, directed energy weapons. We'd rather talk about R. Kelly. Is that better? I lubricated my joints, so everything's running smoothly now. Correction. I am still having problems cavitating. What do you want to talk about? Anything? I'm giving you 8 extra minutes here. Let's make important things, accomplish important things, shall we? Well, let's be clear. Okay, we'll do our round robin of everything in the tab list. See what happened last week, this week. Yeah, it's always fun to talk about stuff on our Sustainable Saturday now. Okay, so this is a site I can't get anything on 153. I'm done with that. Yeah, I don't believe this is a real... I don't believe this is a real feed of the Moon Telescope. That's just BS. The greatest investor you've never heard of, an optometrist who beat the odds to become a billionaire. I don't really like to profile greedy pigs on our show. When's the Oscars? Is this tomorrow night? No, I don't do Oscars. Sure. I have analyzed the skeletal structure of that, and it doesn't exist. The Alex Jones lawsuit, sure. Alex Jones is being sued by people alleging that he defamed their family when he denied that their child was dead in the Sandy Hook event. It's a shame that Alex took all that stuff off the internet showing obstruction. That's going to be an obstruction charge against Alex. It's a shame that he didn't fight for the statements he was making. Instead, he's caving into the plaintiff. And it's a shame that he's now exposed fully for him. It's become obvious that Alex Jones is a clown who's pretending to be Alex Jones. In fact, what we found out from this case through the deposition that he just had to file is he makes $20,000 a year. And anybody, did I say 20,000? I meant $20 million a year. And this is what he does. $20 million a year. And this is all he has to do. He's a complete sellout, a shill. And he mixed some truth, maybe 10% truth with 90% fiction, and he's got people believing him.
To wallow in this little ding-dong, every man in America at birth gets his balls and cock cut off as we run your freaking lives. And if one rape happens in your city, we're cutting it.
He's become a joke unto himself. And he's been paid to do this. He's been paid to get worse. Yeah, that's because he's controlled opposition. He's not real, and I've been saying this for at least 10 years. He's controlled opposition. He doesn't make hardly anything from the supplements. He makes it from the people that pay his bills. Okay, this just in. Frankie has R. Kelly. Again, this is a sidetrack talking about R. Kelly. I'd rather talk about Jeffrey Epstein and the light sentence he got for having 60 children alleged trafficked, girls, in sexual trafficking, prostitution. But oh no, let's talk about R. Kelly instead.
Hi everyone, I'm Kenneth Craig. Thanks for joining us. R&B singer R. Kelly is now in police custody.
Caught up in it. The prosecutor made the argument that R. Kelly has significant resources and poses a risk of flight and maybe potentially a danger to the community. Those arguments aren't going to hold water because he actually is turning himself in.
I will just check it out, man.
He's previously stood trial. And he should have really
talked about 1-2.
I'll play this entire clip for you later on tonight. Y'all gonna know everything about R. Kelly when you get done, except of course the fine details of how he allegedly attacked these 10 girls. Now y'all been very patient with me, thinking that I'm a white man, when clearly I'm not. Hey, thank you, howdy. But no, you can hang out with whatever you want in every way possible, because we have in America, thank goodness, freedom of speech. Wonderful. Yay! Thank you. Right on. Yeah, bottom line is, Alex Jones was full of crap when he started. He's not even Alex Jones. Alex Jones, the original Alex Jones, is actually was a man who was 5'9", whereas this guy is Bill Hicks pretending to be Alex Jones. No, I mean it. And I did not know there was a video of him doing that, Captain Howdy, but I'm sorry that you had to find that out. It must have affected your mind. I mean, we all heard about Elvis Presley back in the day and how he loved little girls. Look at this. Yeah, did you see Elvis Presley arrested? Well, we're finally making some progress. Yeah. This is an actual photograph of Elvis Presley with like underage girls and kissing them. Let's get to Bill Hicks and yeah, let's do that for you. The story of Bill Hicks being Alex Jones dates back to 1997, and his appearance right after the real Alex Jones disappeared from the scene. And many people are still to this day wondering what happened to the real Alex Jones. I have a picture of him right here for all of you to look at. This guy on the left is the real Alex Jones. The guy on the right is Bill Hicks pretending to be Alex Jones that same year. The guy on the left was 5'9". The guy on the right is or was 6'1". Now Alex Jones has lost some weight or gained some weight, so he's actually shrunk in size. So he's 6 feet, whereas the original Alex Jones was only 5'9". All you got to do is do a height check on Alex Jones and you'll come up with the answer. He's faking it. He's not the real guy.
Yeah. It's the power. 40 ounces of malt liquor make you want to taste something. See,
okay, we'll do a little Dave Chappelle Piss on You video tonight. Impersonation of R. Kelly. As long as there's nobody's being peed on, that's great. No, I don't know. No, I'm not going to play that here in the show. Sorry. That's just too risque, man. Yeah. Sorry. Not going to do it. Well, I can tell you that anti-Trump is here. Venezuelan protests escalate after President Nicolas Maduro rejects aid from the UN. MSNBC. Dateline.
This is the chaos and violence in Venezuela. There are protesters along the country's border with Colombia, who've stolen a Red City bus. They've set that bus on fire to express their outrage over the blocking of humanitarian aid deliveries by President Nicolas Maduro. Let's go to NBC's Mariana Atencio. She's covering the story from Miami. What are you hearing about what's happening there, Mariana?
Alex, the standoff at Venezuela's borders could be reaching a boiling point today. The opposition urging its volunteers to help escort trucks with almost 200 tons of humanitarian aid, while the Maduro regime has vowed to block it from coming through. Interim President Juan Guaido, in an act of defiance, tweeting moments ago that the first shipment of aid had made it through the Brazilian border. But the situation is escalating, Alex. We saw those dramatic pictures of that bus being set on fire. We saw members of the opposition literally hand-carrying a tree to make way for the aid. Reports of tear gas, defections by National Guardsmen that are loyal to Maduro that have been placed there to keep the aid from coming through. And yesterday, 2 members of Venezuela's indigenous communities on the border with Brazil were killed in a confrontation with National Guardsmen. The United States putting out a statement saying any violation of human rights by Maduro will not go unpunished. And mounting on the pressure, we also saw a star-studded concert yesterday at the Colombian border hosted by Richard Branson, Venezuela Aid Live. 350,000 people approximately. And interim President Juan Guaido made an appearance there, defying a travel ban issued by Venezuela's Supreme Court. So now one of the major questions is, will Guaido be allowed back into Venezuela? And what does he risk by having defied that travel ban? No doubt today, Alex, this is a defining day in this crisis.
Well, Guaido can't find safe haven in the U.S. either, because we won't allow anyone from Venezuela, including him, into our country, ironically. And here's a case where Donald Trump's policies will come back to haunt him, especially if he continues this UN New World Order dialogue of pushing Guaido over into taking over the country. Now, whether he had a legitimate election or not for him, that's really questionable. It's not like when Hugo Chavez had his election and Jimmy Carter went down there to oversee it, and it was actually legitimate. Now we're looking at skewed election results. We don't know who's really legally the president of Venezuela, but we do know that Maduro is clinging to power and will do anything to stop anyone bringing in aid because he doesn't trust that aid. He's convinced that it's going to contain explosions or weapons of some sort. I'm not banning Bangalitis. No, he's been here too long. So Guaido may be just a plant by the UN New World Order. When referring to the UN, also refer to the New World Order because they hijacked the New World Order for a long, long time. Remember when Kofi Annan and his son were involved in sales of petroleum by Saddam Hussein to the French and the Russians, and they were making money on the cut? That's the UN we have today. No different, always on the take, always working for the New World Order, always bypassing our country's best interests. And they've hijacked most of our country, including Donald Trump, the UN has. You notice that Donald Trump turns on the NATO allies and doesn't turn on UN. He kisses the UN's ass. Yep, so the UN and Donald Trump have an intimate relationship. He sucks off them and then they allow him to be Donald Trump. Now, this recent attempt by Trump to meet with North Korea is essentially a joke put on by the Russians, and they're the ones that have actually made it all happen. Donald Trump is not trying to achieve anything with no nuclear non-proliferation. He's got no denuclearization plans whatsoever with Kim Jong-un. This is being set up by Lavrov, the foreign minister for North Korea, for Russia. And Russia set the whole thing up. It's a Soviet-style propaganda tool for Donald Trump to make it look like he's doing something. But no, Kim Jong-un does not want to get rid of a single nuclear weapon, and there's no reason to meet him at this point. And the idea to not do war games with South Korea was my idea, not Russia's idea, not China's idea. I preceded all of them with that idea of not conducting war games with South Korea. And when Donald Trump offered that up front, a lot of people in the Republican Party thought that was ridiculous. But we really don't need to conduct war games with South Korea, considering they have enough capability to defend themselves right now. And they have more than enough over the years worked with our team. That doesn't mean we're going to pull our troops out of South Korea. We're not. But we're not engaging in war games, which is an expensive and provocative, active thing. I think opening a dialogue with North Korea is the best we can hope for at this point. But Trump is in no way going to do anything to mitigate the nuclear weapon threat. In fact, he's taken Putin's position, Putin said that they don't have any nuclear weapons. And Donald actually said last week, it became obvious that he does not believe that nuclear weapons exist in North Korea. That's what he has said. Because Putin told him. That's what Donald Trump said last week. Yeah. And you've got a big present waiting for you, Donald. I'm sure the oligarchs have a wonderful cash award for you to say whatever they tell you to say. You know, Donald Trump has a $30 million nut to cut every single month. $30 million in interest he has to meet to cover his $2.3 billion debt. He shares some of that with some other people, but Donald Trump has $2.3 billion in debt. So he has to make a $30 million a month payment. Now, his hotel in Washington is clearing $40 million a year using a USPS building and violating the Emoluments Act. The Emoluments Clause, I should say, which prevents him from profiting from a building owned by the United States government, the USPS building. So instead of taking a salary, which he said he doesn't need, well, of course he doesn't. Instead of $400,000, he makes $40 million a year on that hotel. But remember, that's only enough to cover 1 month of his interest. So he has a lot of other needs for money, Donald does, and a lot of other concerns, and financial concerns are constantly mounting. So to make another deal with the oligarchs would make sense. He tried, we found out this recently, he tried to, right around the election, at the end of the election when he became president, he tried to cut an expansion of credit with Deutsche Bank. That's come forward. That's part of the Mueller investigation. Deutsche Bank announced that they wouldn't give him a loan beyond what they've already loaned him because he's too big of a risk. But this is a man who's working on the side to kind of pad his pocket and keep his own empire going while he's running our country, which is absurd. How can you do both things at the same time effectively? So consequently, he's going to lose a large portion of his ownership of his buildings, and his businesses are eventually going to decline because Donald Trump is too top heavy. Everything about his finances include major investments in things that are very sketchy. So without the oligarchs' money, he never would have propped himself up long enough to maintain his credibility. So that's why he's relied on the Russian money. And if you're wondering if it even really happened, of course it happened. And of course Russia rigged the election for Donald. And it's not just Russia, it's the Zionists that run Russia that we're dealing with. No different than the people that, he encountered the day he fired James Comey. He invited Kissinger over to talk about it. This is the infamous moment when he had Kissinger, the other Zionist, come over and talk about it.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Indeed they did. So this is a very big triangle the Zionists have spread. They own Russian oligarchs, like oligarchs have complete control over Putin, who makes lots of money because he likes money. Putin is viable. Oh yeah, I know. Eric is working under himself. Eric admitted to two golfers, Eric Trump. He admitted to two golfers in 2015 that his dad had $100 million worth of credit with Russia. That's an actual fact. There's two witnesses to that. So our president has a credit line with Russia to keep his rolling accounts going. And you don't think there's a problem with some sort of a conflict of interest? Wow. So is America that stupid that we're going to let Mueller cover the story up and act like a Zionist puppet that he is? Remember, Robert Mueller's the guy that signed off on the 9/11 Commission report saying it was completely legit. How could he possibly meant that? We cannot rely on Mueller because he has already proven to be a shill for the deep state. The very people that covered up the 9/11 attack, implanted Donald Trump as our president, may have even been involved in JFK's assassination. They're the ones in charge of our country, not us, and certainly not you or I. We're just lowly bottom feeders waiting for our next, piece of food doled out to us by the Borg. Resistance is futile, unless, of course, we have a third party. Then we will have a chance to interrupt this big plan of theirs to take over our world. And until then, we are suspect to the vagaries of all of their big plans. Climate change, weather modification, 5G network, electrification of our atmosphere, toxicity to end all toxicity on Earth, causing death and destruction. This is the future for all of us if we don't take action and stop this politically here in America. So I want all of you to think about your role in the future as we move forward, because without collective alternatives to the two-party system, we are stuck with a system that's completely corrupt and bought off by these powerful Zionist elitists like Henry Kissinger and Vladimir Putin. And they'll keep putting fakery in front of us with Alex Jones pretending to be the real Alex Jones, who clearly is not him. And you'll get these people acting like clowns incessantly just to get noticed. Meanwhile, the real message is the truth gets buried and censored like our show on the internet. So keep that in mind. We don't have any limits to our growth. The thing is, we can only go up from here. And as we grow politically through the word of mouth being spread online and in person, people talking, we will have the best possible chances against the New World Order that anyone could ever have. Because we're not hinged upon their powerful backing and their support like Obama got from AIPAC or that Trump got from AIPAC. We are not reliant on any of that. We're not even basing this entire growth on a model based on money, which has truly affected our political system. Money is dominating politics, and if you want to defy that, spread the word of Sponheim. Tell people about what we're doing here, because that's one way to stop these powerful elitists, because they can't control your mouth. You're still, believe it or not, you're still in charge of your mouth. Seriously. Nobody's telling you to say anything other than what you think you need to talk about. Now, if you don't want to talk about this, you want to let it all go by it and don't tell anybody about what we're doing and say that, oh yeah, sure, you know, some whack job out there is talking about chemtrails. Just expect the worst from the future, because that's what they're laying out for you. It's pretty obvious that their big plan is to eliminate 90% of the population. And if they have to fry you with a directed energy weapon, that won't stop them. They've done it many times before. They don't care where that direct energy weapon hits. It'll take anybody out they want. And then they'll call it arson. Like they did with the PG&E fire. They claimed it was just negligence that PG&E let the fires happen in Paradise, California. No, not negligence, arson. But they won't prove that. And the government will not look into the fact that these directed energy weapons were seen, and these are actual photographs of California fires. They won't even look at it. So, that's it for me. We'll see you guys on Monday for a Conspiracy Monday show. I'll be back bringing it all on when the time comes. You know, I'll be looking at the hard copies because we've got the 153 News network was shut down. And one of our people, Captain Howdy, is going to make copies of his mirrored server. Yeah, so I think we'll have hard copies for you to look at. These are actual real-time photographs of lasers being used in the forests of Paradise. Pretty amazing. The Boeing planes, the laser isn't in the visible spectrum, so it's far more dangerous when you can't see it than when you can. The photographs were taken by various cameras and can be pieced into the algorithm of randomness. And when you look at how many random pictures there are of something, you know that there's a propensity for that to be true. Unless you have no logical or critical thinking abilities, then you wouldn't believe anything anyone ever tells you, ever. Scott Baio, you're depressing the other chatters. We're not doing an Oscar special, no. No. The Oscars are tomorrow, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I'd take a day off. No, I'm not part of the satanic Luciferian controlled Hollywood scene that's run on cocaine and heroin. I don't participate in that. I'm so sorry. Zionists love Oscars. I don't. I'm anti-Zionist. Okay, take care, everyone. We'll see you again on Monday. Adios.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.